Black screen of death and frozen audio.
Hey!
Woo!
Audio?
Yay!
Oh, lag.
Ooh. Whoop up away! Whoop.
Hey!
Yay!
Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 20. Book 2. No,
It is book two.
Book 2, episode
Book
2.
two, episode.
Cortex,
Oh my
podcast
god.
episode 20. Book
Yeah.
2, chapter 2.
Chapter 2.
Book 2, chapter 2, Nordland Prince.
Is it Nordland Prince again, is it?
So the first episode was Nordland,
Yeah.
and the second one is Nordland Prince.
From our records.
Yep. So remember what was happening at any given time. The year is 1115 of the imperial calendar. You are in the Empire, and you are, if you remember from the maps, you are on the Middenheim to Erengrad road. You are an effective day's travel from Althausen, which is just north of Middenheim, being as it is extremely dangerous to travel. You are effectively able to travel during the daylight hours. And at this point in time, the Empire has been devastated by 4 years of plague, with Ostland and Talabekland being denied of even animal life. The Emperor is absentee. He has taken his court north of the Reich, north of Karaborg, and he is happy to feast and wall himself away until the end of the plague, which has no end in sight. The plague itself is so fast acting that no effective cure, or cure of any kind, has been able to be devised, because within hours, potentially days at the most, entire villages, towns are wiped out. Black sort of boils, weep are the main indicator of the plague. There are reports of, and you've met one such member of one of the gods. He survived his village, and it leaves these sort of black bruises around the neck, armpits, that sort of area. So there is a percentage, obviously there are some people that can survive it, but it does and has killed 9 out of every 10 people who's contracted it. So, with that said, certain cities, Nuln, the largest trading city in the southwest of the Empire, near the mountain range, has been effectively emptied. Everyone died, effectively. It's a plague crypt. Other major cities have walled themselves up, such as Middenheim, for example, where the graph is literally walled it up 3 years ago, and they've survived fairly intact. Very austere precautions are in play now, whether or not it was ordered by the Crown or the road wardens have just had enough. But in desperation to try and stop the plague from spreading, even the suspicion of carrying the plague is enough to be hung and burned. Forests are now filled with the mutant and the beastkin, or beastmen as you know them now. But there's also rumours of ratkin, these creatures that look more like rat than sort of goat, or the more traditional beastmen that you have fought in the past, are walking the streets and have taken over towns and villages, etc. So the hope that you've never come across them, but this is a rumour of them. You are travelling south along the Middenheim and Erengrad road, close to the border of Ostland at the beginning of the journey, and then you will be moving into the Middenheim lands, the Midland. On the way to the far south, where you are travelling to Fornam Ur, where you are investigating its silence. The eternal flame has been put out, and it is the birthplace of your order, your chapter. It has been a place of pilgrimage for your people, but it has gone dark, and as it is, you've recruited 2 members of the Brotherhood of the Stag, a very secretive cult within the Order of Tal, that specialises in what needs to be done work, I suppose, effectively. The Rangers are doing the best they can within the forested lands. However, even they have not been immune to the ravages of the plague. You've lost 3 chapters in various different areas. The Nuln chapter, Talabheim and Ostland, And you also lost Stirland chapter to rumours of war. A man that has been known as, or has been called the Necromancer, apparently, according to rumour, raised the plague dead to fight off an invading army, and then declared himself lord and ruler of Slovenia, which is a province within the actual Grand Province of Stirland itself. And unfortunately, that chapter was also inquired. With this all said and done, these are secondary concerns. You know,
The Rangers.
Yep.
They're out in the wilds, dealing death and destruction to the to the beastkin and the horrors,
bandit and anything.
and keeping sort of they're not road wardens. They're not part of that. They're just part of our group who are known to go out there and do that and fight the good fight out there in the wilds. The group that Arnhem and Fordell sect, or the subsect that they do the wet work that perhaps isn't talked about and it's not so joyous. No, really, you go out there and fight the good fight. What do you do? What needs to be done?
Exactly. So the Longshanks Rangers are the militant arm of the Tal Church. It was formed over 1,000 years ago. They are trained in various different martial skills, but the relationship that the worshippers of Tal and its chapter houses particularly have with the Erengrad, which are the northern elven enclave in the Laurelon Forest in Nordland, they are all trained in the elvish ways of the forest because they all recognise as elf friend by the Erengrad specifically. That doesn't mean that they can go across the Grey Mountains into the Athelloran, the other mainland elven tribe, and not be killed on the spot. They are very insular. But that said, so the Longshank Rangers are exemplary forestmen. Whether it be orc, beastman, bandit, or mutant, if obviously in some cases they're killed on site, tracked and tracked and killed. But bandits, for example, aren't necessarily going to be hunted as long as they don't deface any of the shrines and the holy places and glades. If they do that, then there is no court. The Longshank Rangers, the particular chapter houses, are the judge and jury and executioner.
And of course, they'll be aware of that. Bandits will be aware that
those are. Well, that's the thing, is they don't get a second chance.
No, but people must be aware that if you go out and
There are tales.
yeah, if anyone leaves the little towns and cities, you get in the wilderness, you're going to come across these guys, and it'll be like a great boon to you, or you'll be like, oh,
yeah, because if you're innocent and travellers and that sort of thing, they will be treated with respect and care. You know, they will be escorted through these places and saved. But if you are obviously of ill intent and you want to rob these shrines, etc., then or cause massive devastation, then you don't come back. And as you point out, within the Longshank Rangers is another cult. Now, this cult is not something that is recognised and talked about even amongst the Rangers. They don't know it exists. However, if you fit a certain skill set, a certain mentality, you will be recruited from within. And it is of such a strict order that from the moment that you accept the stag head and become a brotherhood of the stag, you are removed from the ranks of the Rangers themselves and are expected to be part of whatever province you're in, specifically Nordland, which is where it's strongest, and you want to get involved with normal life. You leave behind the structures of the cult.
You're no longer a Longshank Ranger.
Exactly, yeah. And the other Rangers will recognise you as and when you come across, but mainly you are the Brotherhood are more in the cities and towns. They leave the forest behind. They don't lose their skill set, of course, or their friendship with the elves, but they will be inside the cities, and they are. There's a promotion within the system, and I don't mean in rank, but in the sense of they promote you getting involved in the lower end of society, because your purpose is to see the enemy within, and the best way to do that is generally is to see where those are where corruption has taken hold, and fight. In a sense of you become a bit more immoral. So
you're more the covert side, not like the Rangers outside are more the, as I say, they're fighting the good fight with a big flame, and everyone knows what then. If you're just fighting the fight on behalf of the Rangers, but
making a few people disappear.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, you find out it could be someone where, for example, a crew, gang or such gets to a point where, criminal activity in itself is not something that you worry about. If somebody's going out there and they're doing robberies and, all and smuggling and all that, the Brotherhood has no concern with it. In fact, you'll be within their ranks. It's where you are found to be in cahoots with the dark powers, where you are corruption and you have to be removed, and that's where you're in a better position to go, is this guy in power because he's just society corrupt, or is he worse? And if he's worse, you remove him. You disappear in the night. And that could be everywhere from a burgomaster to an actual criminal guy. It could be anything like that. So,
do they get involved with the nobility?
If needs be. If you find that there is a noble that cannot be removed because he is so far up the food chain, as it were, that he's above the law, which effectively does exist in this feudal system, or perhaps they are so, they could be involved with the dark powers, the foul and the void, and it hides, their truth. You'll remove them. But generally, they're, unlike the rangers, which are the whole law system in the Wales, beyond normal. I don't know which one's doing that.
No, I don't know.
It's a new noise.
This doesn't go through the normal. So you wouldn't bring the noble, the bandit king, the whatever to the court system and then lay out the proof, and then they go, oh yeah, no, absolutely, hang on it. Just it's all done covertly, which means also they could be accused of being murderers and killers and
exactly. Yeah, not without a shadow of a doubt. Because of the path that they walk, the official law could also see them as the criminal itself, because they're unaware.
And of course they're part of criminal gangs as well.
They are generally doing
because
the law of the province
just doing a job.
Not your concern.
Yeah,
a few tax evasions.
Come on, it's just a few furs that I didn't tell you about. How many? 64 ton a week.
Of course, the other thing to consider is where's the rangers or the law in the Wales. The Brotherhood of the Stag are not the law. They don't take the law into their own hands. They are agents. So if they find intel, they will move into that area. They will become part of that. They will investigate it. They will report back, and their Ansafar, their chapter master, will then, based on the evidence there and further investigation, possibly other agents are moved into the area. If they get that evidence that they need, they will then be sent in to remove that. So you as a cult member, you are the tip of the spear, but I don't understand. For anyone that's, you probably won't hear it, but we've got cats going absolutely gaga around the house and making all kinds of weird noises. So that's what you are as a cult. You are agents, effectively, for the entire empire, and you'll be put in there. You are quite specifically answer to only your chapter master and eventually to the Barasad, the Grand Master. But you are not recognised. You are very much shadow within the shadow.
So the Barasad would know about them, or does he just know that one of the Ansafars controls them?
He wouldn't know them. So only your chapter master of the particular people that the answer to will know who they are physically. The Barasad couldn't pass them by in the street and go, ah, ha, ha. But there is, the classic thing. There are certain identifiers.
Sneaky handshakes.
Yeah, sneaky handshakes and a certain look and a word and a message and a sign.
And a tattoo on your forehead.
But also, as a marking, which has never been uncovered in 1,000 years of its creation, they carry a particular blade with a particular design upon the hilt. To anyone that looks upon it that is not inducted, it just looks like a particular short, dual-edged stabbing blade. But to those inducted into the stag, all chapter masters and grand master will recognise that blade as what it is, worn in a certain way. Because anyone, potentially an agent could go down, his blade would find itself into somebody else's hands. It is sheathed in a certain way, it is carried in a certain ways and means to identify each other. Upon seeing the blade, they would approach, and that's just the first step. If the person doesn't respond correctly, then they will be assumed at that point that they're not an actual agent, that they've just got into contact with the blade. However, all blades have always been accounted for.
Blade, if you don't know the special handshake, the blade's coming home, but you're not.
Exactly. So, you have, as a group, you reached the Nordland Prince. You'd cut through the Laurelon forest heading south, and you got onto the main road. You've been at Nordland Prince since around about 4 o'clock. This is getting on to about 6 by now. What happened is when you got there, you identified that there was a wandering priest of Shalia. He had 3 guards. One of them was the head of the protection. He is an ex Seahawk, Sergeant Marcus Orton. Oswald Haas is the priest of Shalia, and you've been sitting with these guys as well as the other guards, which are Falk and Hartmut. You found that Hartmut Weiss had survived the plague, having actually physically contracted it, but was no longer immune. They were escorting Oswald north. Marcus, having now left the Seahawks, he wants to retire back in his homeland, his home province, so he's heading to Nordland as part of his relocation, where he will expect to leave the group. Also there are the 2 coachmen, as they are
It's the Middenheim Griffin.
the Middenheim Griffin coaching line. The 2 coachmen have sat in there near the centre of the room. Everyone's eaten, they've had a couple of drinks, and you'd got there, you found out that the Nordland Prince was run by Lanfranc Heine. He has a cook who you'd met, Ebo. The stable hand is Gerwin. And you also met a guy called Wolfgang Homan, who was sort of doubled up as his guard and smith. You haven't identified the coachman, whether it's of interest or not. But you've been sitting there for about 2 hours. You went upstairs, you stood on the roof. You identified again in close inspection that the roof is an extension of the building, not of its original design. However, the front of it is such, this platform, which has still got a good sort of waist-height wall, allows you to see up and down as far as I can see.
We were told to shut everything up if we had lights on.
And when the sun finally sets, to not allow a naked light on as it attracts unwanted denizens. So that is the rule. You'd notice that the shutters were on the inside of the windows and not on the outside, and by default have been left closed anyway. So around about 6 o'clock is the sun has gone down. You're in your room. You've each got a room. You went to meditate, and you'd made contact with, you would sent word, or you'd been communicating with the Homod to look around the areas. And you found that obviously the east side of the river is literally, there's no life, but there is abundance of life on this side of the river, and that works towards goes along the lines of how the plagues sort of work. It is strange. This is the first time in your life that you've come across an area that is so
Devoid of life.
so dark.
Yeah. When we were expecting to see road wardens making a trip.
They were overdue.
They were overdue.
They were overdue. When you were on the roof before the sun had set, you did see a column of north. Whether that's the road warden group, you would assume at this point that it would be. They are overdue. They stop here every couple of days on the way south. They are known, and that was the one thing that the guide spoke about. Other than that, you guys have been sitting, having a bit of ale. I'm not taking the liberty of thinking that you're sitting there whacking back shots and having a good session.
Oh, we're making Hartman do that.
Yeah, well, Hartman is doing that. You don't have to make him. He's more than comfortable to do so. So I know that it's more social. You're just sitting there and you're having a drink. So I'm not worried about you suddenly being, you're mortal drunk, ha ha. Unless you see, right, 6 hours in and you're 20 pints down, then you are.
Yeah.
But at this point in time, I've assumed that you are. I'm not even assuming that you're just sitting there all guarded and staring and wanting to get. You're just sitting at a tavern,
No.
at an inn, roadside inn. It's only 6 o'clock. You're having a couple of
What could
ales.
possibly go wrong? It's still
Just the one who keeps flaunting his boils and everything.
flaunting his boils, flaunting them.
That's a nipple.
Yeah.
Well,
You want to see me boil? Put it away, mate.
Have another pint.
Yeah.
Oh,
You've got
finish
2
that.
boils. It looks quite angry. That, yeah.
obviously, as the 2 hours have gone by, the one thing I would have to query is: are you sitting there with your full reinforced leather tabards on top of chainmail? Because it's going to be incredibly uncomfortable and a bit weird. As you can see around you, those that do wear chainmail are visible as they're taking it off. You are in a fairly secure area. It doesn't take you 10 years to put this stuff on. It is a vest that you throw over the top. You can wear it comfortably. You're used to it. You're trained.
I'm just wearing the reinforced leather.
Well, even the reinforced leather is not. Don't assume
Like
that it's not you sitting there in like a nice little bike.
No, it'd be like on.
It's like big slashes of metal with studs on it, you know.
Sort of thing you'd sort of arrive at a roadside tavern and then take off your foul weather gear. You know, like you'd turn up, you wouldn't say, well, I'm on my motorbike, so I'm going to wear all my leathers. It's like, take your jacket off. No.
So I just want to know that, as the night has gone by, go by what you think of instinctively, but sitting there in full chainmail armour.
With a war helmet and a spike.
You can, but you're definitely going to be like, oh, what are you expecting? You can see by the place, this is a man, the owner, Land Frank Heiner, as time goes by, it's not like every week the owner changes hands because the last one's been slaughtered. It's definitely got hazard pay for this. It's been in the family, they've never yet.
It's not signs of like broken this and broken that and just blood on the floor and a bit of sword. That's what's that from? Oh, well,
That was from the last bandit, that was the last orc invasion. They come past you every 3 or 4 days and kill everybody.
So what do you call this? It's called the OK Corral. Well, we're going to call it Alamo, but we thought that was bad.
That's silly. So are you fully armoured up? Weapons sheathed at your hips, battle axe on your... I was expecting something. So if something does happen, they could say, I think you provoked this.
Yeah.
No, I put my weapons away with the horse. You keep me?
Well, I know you left your battle axe. You were still carrying your sword, but you are still armoured. Warhammer, sorry.
Sword and dagger I've got.
Yeah.
We still carry
Daggers.
Well, the soldiers never leave. That's a standard. That's the first thing you pick up. It is. It's just that's instinctive. It's part of you, and that's fine because it isn't a big ass broadsword or anything like that. Especially on your sort of scale, it does seem to remove it. They're not so much worried about that gladius compared to the guy in full chainmail glaring at them, going, "What's up?" Every time someone looks at you.
on the bar.
Pint? Want a pint?
Did you nudge me? Did you nudge? No one near you.
Punch it out. The landlord. What was that for? He looked at us funny. He was going to ask you if you wanted a pint. He said you want to fight.
You didn't bring your Warhammer in because the stable boy took it off. He had trouble taking it.
Bring the stable boy back in again.
Swinging the steel boy who's carrying him.
That'll teach you. Gives you extra range. Hold on there, Derek.
So yeah, okay. So you are still wearing your reinforced armour?
Yeah, I'll be. So it's loose now.
Okay. Are you in your chainmail?
No, to take it.
Okay, so you are...
As we were getting more comfortable,
Yeah.
I just said, I'm just going to take it off and relax it.
Hold this hot.
Oh, Marcus.
So basically, you're in your trousers, you've got your shirt, your under shirt, you can obviously see the sweat stains from the armour. That
Smells just like
oh! You're kind of blending in with everybody else.
Holy shit. Some horse in the paddock. Sorry.
You survive something to eat, you're a couple of bales down, and ultimately...
You're ruining my meditation. I'm upstairs like...
You've got Sergeant Marcus. He is definitely a veteran. He served his entire 20-odd years in Middenheim, which is the want of the Eagles. They don't get to serve in their home province. They are designed specifically to... the law is that basically is always there for each other. So Nordland went a bit further and created a regiment that spends its entire life fighting under somebody else's banner.
You're the French Foreign Legion.
Yeah. So basically, Sergeant Marcus, he seems to, he is a veteran. He talks the talk. He looks, he's down to earth and looking forward to retirement. He seems to be quite an open book, and you do warm to him. You've spent your last few years amongst a certain group, so they stick out to you, a certain mentality, and this guy looks to be like a fairly honest guy. The two younger men, Falk and Harmut, Harmut is very much withdrawn. Both of them are holding, like a dark period in their life very close. They've only, in the last 3 years, have lost everything, and have found one of them was obviously, he didn't contract the plague at all, and therefore believes that he was shown mercy by Shalia, that's Falk, and they have dedicated themselves to escorting the wandering priests, the male priests of Shalia. Harmut saw everybody die, contracted himself and survived, and again dedicated himself to Shalia, believing it was Shalia's mercy. They're going to stay with Oswald as he travels north, and his plan from his discussion is to head into Ostland, as he believes that not everybody must be dead. There must be people out there and they need help. And he does seem to be a very sort of very open-hearted man. And he's, he wants to do the right thing. You find through discussions, because this is the first time you've come across a male priest of Shalia, between him and Marcus, you find out that They are called the wandering priests, as the males are not allowed to settle in towns and villages. They've got to wander around, and basically, whether it's because it's the more robust or they attract a certain amount of attention. But either way, their life is dedicated to wandering. And as such, they have a heart emblazoned across their breast, indicating that they're part of this Shallian cult of the wandering heart. So yeah, the fire's banked up. It's not so much for heat, but you've got a few lights there. You know, the downstairs as well, as you notice that there is no actual windows downstairs. This is a solid stone building. As the heat and smoke fill up the room itself and the ale flows, the two coachmen retire to the more common room, which is within sight. You're in the main tap room itself, which is this area here. Yeah. Remember, this is the ground floor plan as well as the top floor bit there. So you've got basically the bar area on the ground here. You've got a set of stairs that leads up into the rooftop. And this area here appears to be behind a curtain. That's the more common room. So as it gets to about 6 o'clock, the two coachmen have retired to the common room, lying down on some on mats. You know, you've got your own room. You've been away about an hour. And you know, even through there, you hear the sounds of horses, a fair few horses. They've been let into the compound. You know, you wouldn't be aware of them riding up the road. It's only because they've come into the courtyard, which is...
Was I aware of them looking at over my...
You saw them?
Yeah.
Or you assume that... So it's about... Yeah, so this is roughly around about the time. You hear the horses, you know, the horses come in, and then... presently the door opens and you see the mud splattered. Not blood.
Blood splat. Ah! Whoa!
Chaosman! Holy shit!
This went dark, quick.
You see the mud travel-stained road wardens. They are very much, you know, you've seen road wardens before. They've got the 3 Griffin badge, indicating that they answer to the Emperor. You know that they're financed by each Grand Prince of each province to manage their lands or to police it. In total, you see 6 men riding in. They are very much the wild men that are used to spending their times on the road. They are real gritty looking blokes, unshaved. You know, you can see that their weapons are brutal weapons of mass production. Sword at the sheath at the side. They're all wearing reinforced armour. You can see that they've got light chainmail vests on underneath. More easy, you know, protecting their upper torso and the top of their thighs while riding. But definitely they've got that gait of people that spend their lives on horseback. The way they bowl in it's one of those things where people that are, you know, they consider this, you know, they come here a lot. They come bowling in the place, and immediately you find yourself automatically, because it's been nice and calm, you've got to know the people around you, you're all having a drink, you're all strangers, you've just met, and then this sort of group of loud, boisterous blokes come bowling in. Completely breaking the peace of it. You find immediately, you know, your back tightens, you can't help it. You know, they just come in joking on and loud, you know, very brisk with each other. They've got the accent of the Midland air about them. Landshank, food and ale, well, it's on this journey. And they basically, you know, as they walk in, the vast majority of them sit themselves down. But you see that 2 in particular. One, a gruff-looking fella. You see one scar, very pale on his sun-tanned face, goes across his nose and his mouth, damaging the upper lip, which has been obviously separated. He sort of looks at you for a moment. The person beside him, though, whereas they all look rough, there's one particularly, you can see by the cut of his clothing, his sword is different. He's got more, there's more expense here. There's you can see that his clothing, his cloak, everything is much higher value. And he literally, as they're sitting down, he's this gruff-looking old guy. He's the one that's ordered the food. This other one, you see him sits down, and he goes, Nud contacts him, and he points towards your table. He looks over, taking his leather coif back, and brushes his hand through his sweat-matted hair. Where you heading? Though, hi, well met, just looking straight at you. You're looking at him. His voice is a lot more articulate. It's not gruff. There's no slang. There's no, it's an educated voice. Just looks towards the group, and you can see him stare at the Shallian monk, looking at you guys. You'll assume quite easily that he'll think that you're all together. Obviously, you can see that the three Shallian guardians have only got their staves, which are nearby, but you guys are clearly carrying swords. Where you heading?
Who's heading?
You look. Where you heading? North or south?
Well, that depends who you ask.
I'm asking you.
Me personally, or all of us.
You, where you heading?
That is good.
I think you're wrong there, fella.
How would I be wrong?
You're travelling on this road, and by the Emperor's grace, we protect this road. Where are you heading? North or south? Whereabouts?
North. North.
Well, if you go south, you're going to be heading on to Middenheim. You done this trip before?
We do this trip a lot.
So you know what's down there?
Death. Probably. Death.
You taking the priest? Where you heading, priest? You can see he almost shrivels into his own uniform, into his robes. We're heading north. Ah, he's on together. Okay, that'll explain why you've got blades and they don't. Just having to sit together, eh? Weather in the night. You understand that to the south and across the river here, plague's hit hard. He stands up, the big sergeant stands up with him. You see the other guys up. Everyone's gone quiet. Well, by order of the Emperor, I think that you are doing an inspection, especially if you're going to be heading north. So, I'm going to tell you now.
What would you like
He's
to
not looking at you.
inspect? Oh, okay, sorry, I thought you told me. Alright.
When I'm looking for
Oh, okay,
Stephen,
sorry.
yeah.
Okay, I didn't say that. I thought he was looking at
Interjecting
me.
anyways.
What are you going to inspect?
What about me?
Inspect me!
Well, expect something. Look at that.
By order of the Grand Prince and the Emperor, we're here to make sure. Graf Gunther's made sure that he wants anything north, anyone travelling north or due to inspection. Now, we didn't see you on the road, which means that you headed before us. So let's see. Tops up. See, Sergeant, you see him just lifts up his top enough. You see Falk does the same. Then you see Harmond. He lifts up and you see the bruises. At which point, as he lifts his top up, all of them are like that. Oh, you see their swords come straight out. By order of the prince, you lot are under arrest. And he points out them three. You see that they are ignoring you. Bear in mind that people in Middenheim know Nordlander, but specifically a Norseman.
Yeah.
Right? You don't hide the fact of what you are.
Yeah.
You've also said that you're heading south, but their attention is directly straight on Harmond. As he points towards me, everyone away from that man now. The other guards start walking towards him. And he's the young man, he's just standing there going like this, he's dropped his top. And you see Marcus looks and the priest's going. And Marcus says, what are you going to do with him? None of your business, old man. This is road warden business. You, take them outside. And you can see they've got all their swords are out, they are prepared. You can see that the way they handle themselves, they are experienced. At which point you do notice that the scarred sergeant has dried blood on him. This is dried blood that's on top of a lot of the mud travel. There is some fresh blood where he's been riding, but recently you can see that he's got, there's been an incident and he has blood on him particularly. They walk forward. You can see that they're not happy, but there's 6 armed men here. They are prepared and they are road wardens. There is a law. They take the man outside. The priest said, what are you going to do with him? None of your business. This is the law. Nobody with the plague gets to move north. Nobody gets to travel up the road and spread this, and he should have known better. And priest, you should have known better. They start taking him outside. 2 guys are bringing him. He doesn't resist. He has no martial ability. You can see, this. You know his story. By order of the Emperor, I declare that justice must be served here. And though we don't enjoy this, the plague must be stopped. You are hereby sentenced to death by hanging. See Longshank, not Longshank. You see Lanfranc is very sort of like, you know, you can see he's gone pale. Unless you want to follow him, he's talking to the other guys with him. Stand down. Because we will defend ourselves and our right to do this. But please, I've survived this. I'm not coming. I can't. I won't be passing this on. It was my village. We're taking no chances, lad. Sorry, that's the deal you've been dealt. Perhaps Shalia will have mercy on you when you enter Moore's realm. He starts to resist a little bit. Like, immediately, just no. It's 0 to 100 in every action. He's cuffed to the back of their head with the sort of with the hilt of the sword. He slumps down. He's dragged out. You see them moving. Obviously, they're walking past. They're keeping an eye on you to make sure nobody else is getting a bit rowdy. Gets to the door. Turns to two of the guys at the back. Check the common room. I want everybody inspected here. Everybody. And he takes a moment to linger on you. You've got nothing to hide. You don't cause a stir. Take him outside and prepare him. Two of the guys walk past you, pull the curtain back. You hear oaths from the coachman as they're kicked and ruffled. Meanwhile, the rest of them have gone outside, leaving you two standing there. You've got the landlord, very pale, just trying to busy himself. And you've got Marcus, as well as the other guy, the other young guard, just looking at the priest, wondering what to do. Marcus, you can see he's got a bit rosy around the face, more than just any ill. But again, he's spent an entire life of following orders, and the road wardens are the law here. At which point, as the two other guards are still sort of roughing up the coachman, as it were, you know, because they're being woken up unexpectedly, what's going on, and you know, enforcing the law. The sergeant just walks up to the priest and he's like, upstairs. Just get upstairs. But I can't, just get upstairs. Maybe they'll forget. Just go. You see the priest looks at you. But you know, there's incredible worry on his face, very distinct worry. Then he starts walking up the stairs. Marcus, on the other hand, you see consciously just reaches out for his stave. The one thing they've got is they're dedicated to protecting the priest. In this case, they say a lost cause, and they're going to allow whatever's happened this road justice to happen outside. Are you just going to sit there in the? Well, are you standing? Or are you just sitting?
I'm just
Sitting, drinking.
And I'm going to drink, yeah.
After a couple of moments have passed, the other two guards come through. Well, you heard the captain. You've got nothing to hide.
What do you want to see?
Neck, armpits.
You want to see my cock and all?
If you want to cause trouble, mate, you can, or you can shut the fuck up and it shows your bruises. Have you got any or not?
Plenty of bruises.
Wrong words. Got huge stones everywhere.
I'll take the priest drink.
I've got all these boils everywhere.
Yeah. Well, they're not quite pussy. Meanwhile, upstairs. Upstairs, family's like, oh.
Yeah, okay. No,
I'll show my
Not
bits.
another one.
Show my bits.
Fair enough.
And
Why
if me
why
balls-
got to be difficult?
No, I'm not. I'm just asking, did you want to see my cock? I don't know how these things work.
It's just lonely on the road.
What about you?
No pressure.
show him that.
He's not going to show you his cock. He's embarrassed.
Yeah. It's not much with that. Just reaches over. Room 321 if you later on.
What's going on? Yeah, give it up.
Yeah.
Okay. As you do so, they quickly inspect it and then move on. Step outside.
Oh, shame.
It's
Bless
cold. What are
him.
you on about?
Bless him. You would think for such a big man.
Here?
I'm really intimidated by this.
He's just not happy to see you.
What you mean it's small?
Outside, unless you actually do step outside, the door itself is very thick. The walls don't have windows in. But after inspecting you guys, they just step straight out the door.
Yeah.
The door closes with that resounding thump. But as they do open it, you can see out in the courtyard. So from this doorway where you're looking out, obviously, you know, you've got the stairs here and you've got that. He walks out and you can see him just immediately turn to the left. The door's closing. There's nobody standing out in the main area. Remembering the courtyard or the part that you saw, and knowing that according to rumour and all that sort of stuff, it's a hanging and fire.
Well, did we notice a portable gibbet? And
There's no portable gibbet, but we know that the stables themselves have the crossbeams, and that'll be the only, unless they're going to take them outside into the main street.
and then they're going to set fire to the stables. Never thought this one through, lads, did we?
Yeah, well.
And I'm on top.
So you're in meditation.
Yeah.
There's been no actual loud voices per se, but
Right.
if you're attuned to emotional stir, then you'll absolutely be aware of something going on. That there's a hesitant to say it, a disturbance.
In the face. But I mean, I saw the horses coming in. I realised there's a lot of people just turned up. I can't hear raised voices downstairs. I can sense heightened emotion. Is that what you're saying? But and then do I see? Am I hearing or seeing people being taken out? Like I'm here because I'm sitting with the windows open, looking out into the into the inky gloom. Or
Effectively,
I just see some getting dragged out. Like
yep, and you see
a bit early in the night for that.
So basically you see them, and basically what happens is you see the guard from the tavern itself. He's outside with the main with his group of men. So you see Wolfgang. One of the guys goes, "Open the door." Wolfgang lifts the cross beam and opens the door. Now it is dark outside. These guys, you can see they are armed. They've got the chainmail and the reinforced leather. Recognise the Emperor's road wardens, but they're carrying. From what you can see, one of the young
I can see a person. Yeah.
It's definitely not the sergeant.
Right.
It's much bigger, broader. And,
Are they carrying or they dragging him out?
dragging, his feet are dragging through the dirt, and they're pulling out. You can see that they've got swords drawn, and as they do so, you count 6 people in total.
So 4 guards, 1
So
hospital.
there was 9 came in.
Oh,
Right.
9.
There was
Oh.
9 in total came in. So you can see 6, 2 carrying, and then another 4.
And then the tavern's guard and the prone form.
Yeah.
So I can see 8 figures altogether,
7 plus the 8 figures and unconscious.
including so
Yeah,
8
so
figures.
1, 2, 3, 4,
6. Yeah.
There's 7 of these guards.
Oh, 7 guards.
So 7 guards.
Yeah.
Then Wolfgang and the unconscious.
Right,
Bring
so
them.
there's
It's
9
a fair crowd.
Yeah, big mob of people going out. Yeah. Are they making a lot of noise? Are they talking and shouting? Or are they just?
Well, because you're at the window, one of the guys that comes out, sort of near the back of the group. So there's the 2 that have dragged this man out, and this one comes up. Wolfgang, so he knows the guy's name. Open the door. Berner, go and check on Pavelli and Rudvad. I want to make sure those bastards from the north aren't going to cause any trouble. You know what to do if needs be. And he's talking to this real big, heavy set barrel of a man, a real silverback sort of build on him. He goes, "Yep, yes, Captain. No problem. Make sure that they know their place." And then they literally just drag this guy out. Axel gets him rope. So he wanders into the horses, by the way, haven't even been stabled yet. You can see that some of them have been taken in the stable, but they go straight up to one of their horses, not of yours. You see them get a coil of rope off the side and follows outside. So effectively going through the door, Wolfgang stops at the side as he's opened the door up. He's not stepping out there. You get the guy that's identified as the captain, and then 6 of these guys. They go out onto the front. You can see over the wall as they basically go outside to the across the road.
Presumably looking for a tree or something.
Exactly. Yeah, you can see it like
Because it was a killing ground. Everything being chopped down. So there's only the forest in the distance.
and then there's a road, a bit of a bank. And
Yeah. It's like,
I didn't think
we
this
can
one
go over
through.
there.
Yeah. Erland, Erland, bring 2 horses. Cap. I was wandering back in. Meanwhile, the sergeant walks in, where you've got the 2 guys who are just basically their turn to walk out. Any problems here? No, Sergeant. Everyone checks out. Where's the priest? He's upstairs. You checked him? Yeah. Everyone's fine. All right. Come outside. They leave you inside. Meanwhile, as you're watching, 2 horses are pulled out.
Meanwhile, I'm checking myself for bruises. Didn't see that.
And those sprites.
That heavy petting session I had 2 days ago. No, they're just love bites.
The The two horses are taken out through the main gate. The unconscious man is laying flat on the floor, and the rope is attached to his ankles. They then take some more rope from another and attach it to his wrists. Both of them are then attached to the pommels of the horses.
He's not getting hanged.
Sorry, not his wrists. Idiot. His neck.
Oh, he's not right. Okay, I was just thinking like it's not going to be a hanging. That's a more of a tearing.
So basically, this is being prepared. It doesn't take them long. They know what they're doing. They've done this.
It's the thought about that. Not going in the trees. How do we get round this? Let's have a brainstorming session. Everyone, what are they? Yeah.
So yeah, Erland, 11. You can hear the voices quietly over through the night. Basically, the man's unconscious. His arms are bound, rope around his ankles attached to one horse, wrapped around his neck to the other horse. By the Emperor's decree, to stop this plague, find this man guilty of spreading, and is then by sentenced to hanging. Because we don't have a tree, and there's like, there's a coldness about this. This is not.
They've done this before.
They've done this before, but there's also you don't sense. It's not so much a cruelty. There's just a
matter of fact.
We're done.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no grey area. The one that's identified as Levin keeps hold of the horse. The one that's identified as Erland goes and starts to pull the horse up. Very quickly, the man is suspended. He doesn't pull to cause a tearing of the body. He just to the point where it's up, and the man he comes to. You see his eyes bulge. He goes purple. He's caught in X. You hear him gasping from the doorway. You can't help but feel everything that you've seen in the world. This is still quite offensive. And he just basically hear this, and then you hear the sound of popping bone and tendon and muscle. And then there's this hold there for what feels like far too long until the man has literally gone purple. His eyes have bulged. They then walk over. This captain, while he's still suspended, just walks up with his sword and just goes and stabs him straight through the heart to make sure. That is even you look at them going, that makes no sense.
Particularly if you're trying to stop the spread of plague. Why don't I just go and stab it and let a load of blood out? That's why that's why you're hanging and burning them for.
Yeah, and that's the whole point. Is you've known the rumours, you've seen what's going on up until that point. There's something, what was that all about? And that seems to be the only point of potential cruelty. There's something there that was just, what was that all about? And he drags the blood across the guy's white, he's playing his sweat-stained shirt.
Yeah.
They then bring the horse down, they release him, and then you see they literally start building up a. Normally there would be they'd be hung, you can tell that, but they get this flask, and you can see them start pouring something on them, some kind of accelerant, and then they watch them as they burn the corpse on the side of the road. They just stand there. There's jokes, condescension, the cruel side of it, of man's torturous nature comes out at this point. It was very solemn, very quiet. It was cold and calculating. Quite worrying to look at.
Now it's joking, and matter of fact, it's like having a barbecue.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, there's jokes on the side of it, like oh, he's obviously hot. I wonder if he was hot with the ladies. He went up like a shot, and it's just
Callous.
There's a callousness about it. Meanwhile, the other guys during this whole process have come out so effective the side. When the body is burning sufficiently, they lead the horses back in, and you watch as they leave them to the staff, and they walk back in and downstairs, back into the tavern. With them going back in, there is that loud, boisterous sound again, but it definitely feels more forced. There's a callous joking going on, but there's also the smell of burning. That smell of being near a fire has come with them. You can only identify that they've burned the body. Sergeant Marcus is very pale, but you can see this sort of like, he wants to do something, but he's aware that it will be suicidal. They come in, they sit down, he's sitting there drinking, and barring the grizzled sort of scarred sergeant and the captain's definitely got this sort of cold, malicious look upon his face, as if just looking for a reason to exercise his authority. But the sergeant, he's definitely a brooding type. And while he's waiting for his food and he's ill, he is just sort of staring at him. Mainly you, as you're the one that's had the confrontation with. And you can sense, you've been around people before, you've been in society before, you can sense he's waiting for an excuse. He's looking for a reason to be antagonistic. When the food's been served, you they're quieting down like a lot of men do, where they just concentrate on the food itself. And the sergeant sits back, puts his leg over this edge of the table. So now that unpleasantness is out the way, the captain gets up, and wanders upstairs. What are you doing? Heading south? I mean, no insult intended, but you're big enough lads. The Nordland's a safe place. You must be able to make a bit of coin up there with your mercs.
Bodyguards.
Bodyguards, who you got?
No one yet.
I'm looking for work. Got to be careful who you're going to be picking up down there. See, at the end of the day, we've had a long day. We've taken him out. The guy that's obviously knows he's carrying the plague, bringing death to those around. People that you love and care, people we love and care for, they shouldn't be tolerated. If it was found you on the road, who knows what would have happened? We'll follow the captain. He's decided that you guys are on a risk coming from the north. Normally would do the whole party. Might still do. He looks at the sergeant, the young priest. There is no gentle threat here. You can see it is a matter of fact, and it is an open, hostile comment. All the places you can go to the west. Marienburg, big trade there. Or why do you head north? Go across the sea, go back to your own people. Often we find your kind walking down south. These kind of stick out a bit. Then again, I suppose if the north forgives you, they put up with you. Going along and attacking the towns and villages.
Raping.
Pillaging.
Killing.
Blood in it.
Killing for fun. That's what we do.
So why are you heading south? You hoping that they just won't recognise your blood?
Where the weak are. We like to prey on the weak. What we do.
I know that to be true. Well, at least I've heard.
It's true.
See, me and my kind, we don't have to put up with your people attacking us, seeing as you want, take the law in your own hands. We didn't feel the need to allow you in amongst us, you know? What happened? You just decided that you preferred the climate?
No, we just prefer to
Easier work.
live somewhere which is more challenging. No, you know what these soft southern folk are like.
But you're going to find them a lot more soft down south. There's very few of them left. Surprised you didn't just stay on the road. Maybe we stopped you robbing the place, eh?
Already robbed it.
Looks over at the landlord who's going, nope.
I give them all that money. It was a charitable donation.
Close to the house. I'm just a guest.
Sergeant's going,
Oh,
can't use
I've
that
always
now.
wanted to get out of the hotel in game. I've decided to give these two nice young men who made me an offer I couldn't refuse.
No. Obviously, very much aware, but not coming downstairs. You are.
What's going on? Put me head astrally through the floor like what?
Tension's good, like kill.
I'm like, it's so good.
Which one's stuck in the fire though?
The one who's doing the talking here, the sergeant or the captain?
Sergeant.
Yeah.
No, the captain's left.
Oh, the
He's gone
captain.
upstairs.
Okay.
Peacock's gone upstairs.
Hopefully he hasn't walked back my room. Who the hell are you? As I'm hovering 15 foot off him. In a blue nimbus of light.
Covered in bruises.
Covered in bruises. Hello. Been whipping himself. Do you like me horns?
Well, there you become, because you've got your window open.
Yeah.
You're more comfortable.
Probably like pig. Could murder a bacon sandwich.
Cloud in the dark. You hear horses approach from the outside. The rain, you can hear from the panting that the horses are exasperated, they're sweating. Then on the door itself, Wolfgang, lantern. We're closed!
Yeah.
And I care for that. Open the door. You can't leave us out here. Well, have you got room? Yep. Then open it. Wolfgang, for whatever reason, I think you're probably going to go, you'd probably suspect that. There's normally, they'd open the door. You know, sort of like, yep, you're not a monster.
Yeah, like.
But he's definitely been put out by this roadside justice. However, you then feel power. Just a wave. Just goes across the courtyard from the door. Of course, yeah, no problem. He opens the door. 3 riders come in. You feel something from the lead rider.
Just an emanation of power?
Yeah. But an old power, a power you haven't felt in a long time.
A taint of power, or just so like something that makes you feel a bit uncomfortable, a bit dirty, like, oh, that's not like,
And also recognisable.
right, okay.
Yeah.
Not so like, oh, it must be elven people. Oh, it's like, or like,
Inside the tavern, as if a door's just been suddenly opened up, everyone turns as the fire seems to gutter, as if hit by a breeze. But it seems to come from the common room, though the curtain doesn't move. You see that the couple of candles and the lantern, like some torches that have been put out there to light the place up, they all seem to blow as if something's come from the common room. Well, again, that doesn't move. It becomes weaker. The room darkens visibly as the light goes down, as if you're you can't feel the wind, but the flame around you reacts as if it's under duress, as if a breeze is hitting it. You're obviously not staring physically at the window, you're in your room, but you can feel this malign presence.
beneath me.
Yeah. Well, outside.
Outside.
Not in the sense of that's somebody that likes to do nasty things, as literally the polar opposite of what you stand for in every way. Absolute and total giving into a certain
corruption.
Yeah.
Politician.
Yeah.
It's the Emperor. If only they knew.
Boris Hackenbach Johnson.
If you start, you're going to go look out the window.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're here.
Not like what?
Well, you're here, so you've got the flat roof.
Yeah.
And you can't actually get a bit closer, so you step out on the roof and look down. You can see that the man at the front itself. You can see that there's 2 guards with him, 2 guys. They are very much dressed in the true northern style.
Right.
Thick furs, leather strapping, the armor, everything about them is not Empire.
Are they the size and girth of Northmen, but they've travelled as if they've come from the far north?
Yeah, though they've definitely come from the south at this point.
Yeah, but they're dressed as if they're from the far north. Sweating like bastards.
They are, but they look dimension-wise, everything like that. But there's definitely, it's basically you've got imperial guys who've gone north and taken on certain customs and dress sense and clothing, but these stick out amongst them. Like these 2 stick out in the south. From there, you can feel this unbridled emotion of absolute hate for everything and everyone around. But you sense that even from the power that's emanating from this lead rider, the other 2 are very much mundane. You can feel that there is another power, a 4th, incredibly strong, very old power, but you can't visibly see what it is, where it's coming from. You can't see.
Still in the same group.
Yep.
Not just outside the gate.
The horse.
So one is the power emanating from him is ancient.
Right.
You recognise it from days gone. But there's a 4th power which is old, not as old. But whereas his power has a single-minded, darkness about it, this emanates a power of this is more powerful, if anything,
Than the ancient one?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Anyway,
it's not familiar, not like the old ancient one. It's like, but it's still,
this is
you kids on a block type thing. It's like, oh, you're in the same field, but I've never met you before.
correct.
Yeah.
But there's 3 people there, but you can sense this other power is it's not so it's there. It's meeting. It's coming out. And while you're looking down, you note that there is a mass absence of Humad. The Humad are not around. A few of the earth, or you can see while they're there, they're literally shriveling. They're becoming black, as if oil is dripping from them.
Right.
That weren't quick enough to move. Where he stands on the ground, those spirits that didn't flee fast enough, are almost on contact. You see them darken and shrivel. You've never seen that before. And all the Humad are literally flee. And
So even the ones that are the humid of the essence that normally congregate around, they're not there.
No.
So not just the 4 ethers, but the one of the spirit. They haven't been attracted there. In fact,
no. They step in. You see them walk to the door. When the door opens, the fire goes out.
can I just say, as I see them before you get into the as they're transitioning through the door, and I see all this, right? I'm immediately up, and I'll just pick up the axe, and stick it in the belt, and I'm through the door, and I'm heading downstairs.
Okay. As well, the speed of you get it's a short corridor. You see them walk in, and you see.
But I'll like be up, So
Yeah.
as I can't imagine I won't get downstairs before they've come through the door, anyways. Yeah.
The room is cast in darkness anyway, and you can you have echoes of what the. I mean, you're sitting there and it goes, and then the door opens and it just goes. All the lights gone out. You see the humid, the fire spirits, all that are just literally parting ways. They're out. They're going, and with it, they've literally taken away. Now, fire doesn't have to have the fire spirit, but
They just like to congregate
they're
around
around it.
Yeah, yeah.
They've gone, and with it, with such a speed, it literally has removed the flame, the heat, in fierce. Very quickly, you see the people going. See the landlord walks in there, and he starts quickly lighting everything up because it is still fuel. There is still the capability. From your point of view, you see all the lights go out, all the flames, even the major firebase goes. Yeah, and the guy standing there walks in there. He goes, "Well, that just looks bad, doesn't it?" What the?
It's very strange.
Lights off, armor on, lights on.
Fully
Right. You're in full like.
just as the lights come on, the axe is descending.
Sergeant.
Yeah, not the 3 guys. The sergeant.
Oops, wrong sergeant.
Honest mistake.
Yeah, he makes a point. Literally opens the door and the light just goes out.
Fucking awkward.
Well, this is bad timing. Come on, get this place lit up. Must have been a bit of a draft coming through that door. And he sits down. The 2 guys with him come in, sit down. They pull their hoods back. You note that the 2 men with him have shaved heads. Their hair's pulled back in a very old style, top knotted. Very similar to Framley. The other man, you can see, he looks fairly youthful, but even from, because you're not in a massive room, it's probably about this size. But as he looks around, you can see that there's a certain darkness around those eyes, a certain agelessness about them. But they've all got that sort of like sun-kissed travel look about them. You also note that their clothing is very traditional of your people, as opposed to but again, they are not Norsemen. The weapons, everything. This guy sitting right before you very much looks like he comes from the same cut as Framley. You look down and you see a man that is very familiar.
I can't picture where he's from, but
You're like,
not the face looks familiar, or the sense of his spirit looks
the
familiar.
sense of the spirit, the face, everything. You're like,
Stop, like, is it Gothmog? Who the hell are you again? Oh,
so
Stephen.
you stand there and you see him go and light the place up, and then he goes, and he looks up, he stares at you, and you see him smile.
Oh, in that case, I'm coming down. If he's not receiving, I'm not going to be hiding in the, like,
We're looking at him and see sweat.
I'm just going to do that whole set of big balls and start walking down, like, right, cut. It's on.
Hello, brother. It has been a while.
We met before. Feel that we have.
I forgive you. It's easy for me to remember the one of us that didn't follow, the one that remained, the betrayer. Whereas I'm just a memory to you, aren't I?
Is it?
Probably thought I'm gone.
Trying to remember which one. So is this, I'm looking through the Soviet. Is it one of the Soviet? I'm trying to, or is it one of the?
So yeah. So basically, bear in mind that you have, you've got the Soviet, which were the ruling 6. There's only 2 survivors. Well, technically 3, but you know that one went off. He's not one of them. So you're looking at this. Obviously, you're thinking you're definitely one of the Semnothai.
Yeah,
but you didn't get to know all of them.
No, I'm just thinking.
Yeah. But you're like, I remember him because you remember you must have seen him, but
Yeah.
he's not close. Not a friend, as it were. But they will know you, one of the ruling.
Oh, well, obviously, I'll stand out because I'm Rockstar, and I'll be like,
They just
do I know you?
You haven't. You haven't aged. Didn't expect you to be alive.
Oh, there's a lot of things you probably didn't expect.
Ivrig will be interested.
Everyone won't get to know anything about this.
Slow down there, Chief. Sit yourself down. We're not as weak as we used to be. Unless you want all these people to die, I suggest you be calm. You see, the actual the road one's like. No, slow down.
Wait a minute, who are you? shows your tits. Like,
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm taking no fucking chances.
And he's not. The other two with him, you can see, are not even going for the swords. There's no actual physical, but he just clearly went, unless you want everyone to die, so just sit down and we talk. So the road warrior sergeant's like, well, I've had enough of that. By order of the Emperor, and he just looks at him, and you see him go, and you watch power literally just come out in your eye, your second sight. You can just see this shade, this hand effectively come out and just sort of grip him. The Emperor has no power here, child. And you can feel this, well, you can hear it in his voice of just, I am not in any way impressed. The guy goes pale. He sits him down. Well, he just sits down back in his seat.
Not checking their shirts.
Sergeant Burner, perhaps if we tell all these good folk the crimes you've committed on your illustrious career, perhaps you should have shut up.
Hangings. Also.
And you can see he can't talk. He's literally got a hold of him. You can see this sweat. You've never seen this before?
I haven't. Oh, right,
You've
okay.
never seen this.
Because I was about to say, that doesn't impress me. Well, secretly, I'm thinking, that's pretty impressed me.
There's no spirits involved. Never mind that they had no control.
It's like every
Most
game.
of them were charlatans.
Right.
They had certain tricks. This guy is exhibiting true, raw, actual commanding power.
And more like Ingvar, more like
Absolutely, yeah.
right. So from that conduit, as it were,
Yeah.
So he's not learned the ancient way of doing it.
No.
He's got access to another form.
Correct, yeah. So he reaches out and he grabs him. You can see this sort of shade just grabs a hold of this guy's body and just crushes, but then it just concentrates on literally just holding his mouth. You can see he's in pain. You can see when you're looking at it, you see a guy going, and he goes, and you see his mouth getting like that, as if someone's got a hold of it. You can see the skin's getting drawn, and he looks at him. He's looking at you while he's doing this. He said his thing, then looks back at you and goes, and you just see him just clench his will, and the guy's jaw just gets ripped clean off. Just clarity goes, and he just stops him dead. Everyone's rooted to the spot, petrified now.
Take a
But
drink.
you can see nobody's moving.
Yeah.
And he's like, I don't know about you. And then he goes like that, and there's no face on this guy. In the moment as you're pulling it down, you can see how this tearing of flesh. And
Was that me?
Getting his wet. But okay, well, nothing's gonna happen now.
What have you done?
It's the vodka.
Is that supposed to impress me?
no, but it's supposed to impress the sheep.
The sheep here?
You see him stare at your sword. You really do hold on to the old ways.
The old ways are the best. That's why they were still here.
The originals?
What are you doing here? What are you up to?
Happy
What?
coincidence.
A happy coincidence.
Cheap Eastern knockoffs.
What?
It's just like, are they original?
Meanwhile, they're going like, huh? Yeah.
This is a happy coincidence. I was travelling north. I need to stop over. But you somehow shielded. I'd have expected to. Well, to be fair, we thought you were dead, long gone.
I've always been here. I've always been looking out for you. All I've done is grow in power since then. Yourselves?
Is it true? You are the son. you are the son of Tal.
That was never hidden. Everyone knew I was the son of Tal.
But we didn't believe it.
Well, I can't be held for your stupidity.
Well,
I never hid
now
it.
I'm thinking, which one's worse? Frowning? Oh no, which one's going
Which
to
one's
get
going
me
to kill
killed?
first? Yeah, like, eeny, meeny, miny. I'm running out the door. Fuck that. Just like,
Don't you think about it?
oh, just fuck this. May as well start it. I never hid it.
Right.
I never pretended to be anything other than I am.
Wait. I'm a...
You talking together, are you?
Yeah.
Right.
On the same. Have you come and sat at this table? Or
No, I'm,
you
I'm,
sat
I'm still stood there. I've come down the stairs and I'm sort of still standing.
No, he goes left, right. He goes, wait. If I'm going right, I don't have my hammer.
Look at the sword.
Yeah, he's ignoring them.
Yeah. And
The two guys beside him aren't so blasé minded.
you're like,
They move very quickly.
wait a second, where's my guns?
Do you not miss being part of the fold?
I don't know what you think that you found in that corruption that you give yourself to.
Freedom.
You always had freedom. We always had freedom. You just chose to. You chose to become Ingvar's pet. You chose to give yourself.
Ingvar. It's a long time since I've heard that name. It does show that you were there at the beginning. It's odd. There's very few of us to come across one that doesn't follow Ivrig's teachings and went his own way. It is true that you are the betrayer. You betrayed the Semnathai. You betrayed everything you stood for. What?
You
Look at this place. It helped create what? A weakened area that we can come and go as we please. You did us a service.
What I chose to follow and to look after man. You chose self-centeredness. You chose corruption. You chose lack of will. You chose the soft, easy way. In fact, you gave yourself to that. I chose not to. I chose to represent my father, represent my father's teachings. I look after these lost souls. I try make sure that they follow the way and still go to Tal's light. What did you choose? How happy could you have been serving nothing but emptiness and corruption?
Are we really lost? Are we really
So you
lost?
throw the word corruption around like it's a word of
I
power.
thought left.
I serve myself and my own interests. We all answer to somebody. You answer to your father. I answer to Ivrig. But other than that,
Oh, left.
come and go as we see fit.
Oh,
We exercise the
I
power
thought you meant we were doing the left-right
that
thing.
we have been allowed to express. We don't have to follow stricture and pointless laws designed to keep us in place and check.
But what was the point of that, pointing to the sergeant? I take it he's dead now. Or
But yeah,
he's very not well.
he's
You
definitely
have to walk that off.
Clearly a murderer.
Sorry, I didn't hear what he said.
Clearly a murderer.
We didn't like him anyway.
Only wish you got the peacock that went upstairs.
The thing is, I'm an advocate of free will.
Free will.
Under my father's guidance, you're not. You're an advocate of dominance. You do whatever you want and treat
yes.
treat
Because we
man.
can.
Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
You forget for many years, we looked up to you, the power that you were. You were always expected to take over from Ivrig, but you became weak. You looked the other way when you should. You'd grown. You strengthened the Semnathai bond during your time on the council. You knew that we were above them, and therefore they were there to serve. And then for some reason, you chose unberogen, an unborn child. You chose the opposite of everything you stood for. Whereas I've stayed, we remained to the course that you taught.
Oh, you lost your way. You forgot what it was that where we originally came from. You forgot our history. You just saw the corrupted history that we arrived in, but you didn't see the true history, our previous history. You lost your way. And the reason why you lost your way is because you invited in that corruption into your heart. That's why you lost. That's why you will lose. It's not the way of man. It's not my father's way.
The way of beasts.
Beasts don't follow this.
There's no stricture there.
Even the animals, even the animal kingdom, as you should know, have a hierarchy, have a way of doing things.
And we are the tip of it.
No, you're something else.
You're weakened by your love for these sheep. These pointless creatures that do nothing but root and cause problem. They need to be ruled and controlled. Look at the gift that you gave them, that Ivrig allowed you to grant.
Allowed?
He decided to travel north to see what you would do with this tribes, these warring tribes, to see if they would live up to your expectations, and they did not.
There's been ups and downs. To suggest that that he somehow just left of his own free will and wasn't driven out of this land by myself and by others like me for our cause and followers of my father. That just points to how you don't understand. You really don't understand.
So where are you heading now, brother?
Here and there, I'm everywhere.
We've travelled through this empire many times. Never came across you, never sensed you. Honestly, everyone believed you were dead. Thought that one of these base creatures had somehow found a way to bring you low. Managed to score a victory in the early days of the founding. Caradoc, does he still live? Your pet?
Caradoc is still around.
So you've gifted him. You've allowed him to have a long life. Are you any different to Caradoc that Ivrig is?
I don't give gifts. That's not within my remit, within my purview. My father may choose to do things. I don't hold myself up to such exalted levels to think that I have the rights to be gifting anything.
After you had that victory over Victoria, Uso left our father's side, our real father, not this aloof deity that you say to follow. We know to be very weak compared to the one. Uso said he was going to come south. We never heard from him again. We know that he was absolutely any. Were you Uso's undoing?
Uso's no more. Because, truthfully, these great exalted powers of the far north that you think you somehow that they're our destiny. It's the destiny of these lands. Not as strong as you think, and you don't give Father Tal credit for how strong he is.
He has no power in the north.
You, my friend, Buso, have no power, man of man. Buso, have you seen him? Has he come back?
No, he's been gone a very long time.
And he won't be coming back.
He was always exalted himself above his actual position.
It's a foible. It's a flaw of your demeanour. Group's demeanour is that you put yourself at a higher level than everyone. It's a major flaw. You don't think that anyone worthy of your attention. You don't think that you have any weaknesses.
You're worthy of my attention. You're Soviet, one of the ruling six. What's left of them was. But these, they're nothing. They are nothing. You know this. You taught it for a long time.
Mm.
Why would you simply put a crown upon a cow and say it's now capable of rule? I mean, these two that are here, we didn't know that you're traveling together. These two, for example, there are so many of them in the north that do as we see fit when we want them to. Very much like it used to be. South, there's no change. They're strong, but it means nothing. Every day, hundreds of them sacrifice to our northern gods. If we see it fit, they are just muscle, they are nothing. They're a cow, they're an ox, they pull the plough. And you know this.
I know that that's your theory on your skew on life, how you fit in that. I actually think that's sad. It's really sad. You don't understand the beauty and majesty of being out in the wilderness, of seeing life as that Father Tal created. Man is part of that creation. It's part of. He has his whims. He has his ways. He has his foibles. He has things that he gets wrong. But ultimately, it's part of Tal's way. You're an aberration to that. Your northern gods demanding sacrifices, demanding blood.
Like we used to.
We were wrong. We'd forgotten our way. We'd lost our purpose. What you didn't know, because you never took time to find out, and because of the corruption that came from the north, there was a time before the ways that we were brought into, before I arrived, ways that I myself weren't aware of, but took the time to find out. And that was not our purpose. That was not our way. That was the corruption that we became. That's what made us open, be corrupted by those things and that you now serve. You're lost. You're absolutely lost.
Well, I feel like all that really remains now is for a truce. For this evening only. I am tired. It's been a long journey and I had to exert myself several times. You can't help but see he's got this sort of like, there's a little flick at his mouth like as he looks at you, as he says this. Almost a taunt. Spent so many hours giving myself to this weakened power. I feel like I could sleep before I continue north. I will leave you to your evening. You'll leave me to mine.
You heading back to the Northern Powers?
I am, with news of such a great discovery. We have stayed away. Very slight manipulation there and here and there just to see how the Empire reacts. Everyone will be so pleased to find out you are actually still here.
Never left.
We honestly thought you were gone.
It's the reason why you haven't succeeded with man. It's the reason why.
Well, be sure to revisit. We'll see how you and your incredibly strong-willed, gifted sheep.
Cows.
Ox. Wait.
And without cows, it's almost impossible to have great farmlands, farming and agriculture.
Wait.
Yeah.
It wasn't necessary.
Milk.
But what good are muscles?
You see, they have to be shown very, very quickly that they are amongst their betters. He would not calmly sit. Look at how calm the room is now.
Therein lies the aberration. By inflicting terror and fear, you misperceive that as calm.
Oh, none of these will dare raise a finger now. So you're a bit mouthy.
It's only you.
Barkeep.
Barkeep's just like, must change the barrel in Altdorf.
You see, he's literally he's sitting there, and you can feel his will spread out. He's not putting his will on anything. He's just sensing. You know that this is always something you've been able to do. That you can tell.
Mm-hmm.
You've never been given evidence to think anybody else can. Possibly connection with the deity, ether. But you can tell he's setting out his senses around him. Basically around the Erengrad, like you do.
He's trying to find out what's going.
What's around.
Yeah.
And then he just withdraws it back to himself. During that time, he realised that this other power is emanating from his actual with his cloak.
Right. So
this other whatever it is carrying.
I figured something like that. Yeah.
I'm going to retire for this evening. Looks at the two guys with him. If they give you any reason to, feel free to exercise your abilities. Zovit. He stands up and he walks upstairs. You see him. He's got his robe tight against him, and he's not.
I think it's someone in a headlock.
Oh yeah, you'll come with us. He's walking upstairs as if he's whereas normally just you'd expect a guy to walk up the stairs. He's actually like that. He's looking for something as he heads up there.
Right. I'm going to expand my awareness to follow him.
I just pointed at Marcus's.
There's two souls up there. There's there's one soul which is the captain of the road wardens. It's a dark soul, twisted, but not in the sense of belonging to some greater power. Just a person that's given into the darker part of mankind you've seen before. But then there's also the light of the Shallian monk.
Right. And where's this thing heading to?
Well, at this point in time, he's just walking up the stairs.
Right.
But if you just continue, and then he gets into the corridor, and he goes straight past the past the captain. He's heading to. There's only one place in there. He appears to be heading towards the monk.
Right.
If you wait a couple of steps, he's at the door, and the door just opens before him, and you see him step in. And basically, if you're going beyond that, if you're really sort of like astral projecting, as it were, to watch, you see him just walk in, and the Shallian monk is very pale. You can see he exerts his will, holding him in place.
Mm-hmm.
there's just this sort of like demonic sort of smile about this guy. He lifts out his cloak and you see him pull out a black obsidian looking, like it's almost like it soaks up the lantern light. You can see that there's a gem which is identical to the one that you saw a long time ago hanging around Ivrig's neck. But it's not the same. There's something slightly different about it, and it's in the centre of this crown. The crown looks dwarven make, but of a stone that's like I say, very obviously very matte black in a sense. But as he holds it up to put it on this guy's head, you see it reflecting with a sickly deep green. It almost pulses with life. And then you can see that there are dwarven runes all around this crown. And where the gem is set in the centerpiece, the spike at the top, you can see one particular rune which it blazes with power on the ethereal level site. He places on this guy's head and just stands back. And you just feel this darkness, evil, corruption, everything just literally taking hold of this priest. Who doesn't make a sound, but you can see that his light goes from pure white to becomes shriveled and darkened, corrupting him in moments and creating a vessel effectively. You can see that evil, takes hold in him, a malign presence. Every man's soul has that moment of jealousy and darkness. You see it take hold of that and breathe into it, and it expands and destroys all the light and the goodness in him. And you can watch as he's that dark avarice part of his soul that has been, you would never have realised. Being
his potential to be that, isn't it?
Becomes all.
So he's not become a corrupted thing. He's not. There's no entity entered into him. It's just magnified the potential and then overtaken him completely. Yeah.
It doesn't take long for this to happen. Then he just takes it back off him, puts back in his robe, steps out and goes into another room. And you see him sit down, and then your sight's blocked as you start weaving power around him. You assume he's put wards up, and blocks you looking in.
What are the road wardens doing after seeing one of their own be killed?
So basically, they're still held.
They're being held.
Yep.
Physically.
Literally. These two aren't, but the others, including the two Shalian monks, you can see them. They're just almost in a sort of
the two Shalian guardians.
Yeah.
Everyone's being held by this power.
Yep.
That's not something I would do. Not something I could do.
No.
And I have no recollection of which Semnathai this one is, but obviously not one of the Soviet.
Yeah, no, it was Semnathai. He's given a sword. He'll be one of the Elak. According to, remember you spent some time with Ubin. They were possessed of void entities and renamed. So whatever you're looking at, that's the host. And after this amount of time, you can only imagine that whatever was brought from the void is taking full control over them. So even if you did recognise or remember this one's particular name,
it's not his name.
It's not his name now.
Yeah.
And though he did tell you their names, because he was there during this, he told you their names. He didn't tell you. You'd know which ones the Soviet were, and he's definitely not Soviet. So
yeah, so it's just one of the many other Semnathai.
And you do know all the names, and you can recall them all. But which one this is, there's no way. Or for you to know at this point.
Right.
But the power behind it is definitely void fueled. It's untapped. It's basically where the host is the controlling point that keeps the void spirit soulbound. There's no dividing them. But the power that this creature has brought from the void, it's connected to the void as well as the mortal realm, and that's why this power is so strong. And though they're not exactly, out of game quickly, they're not going to be throwing fireballs around the place. What they do have is dominion over man. It's the thing. That's what they have. They have zero to very little ability over you. You are connected to the ether and the realm of man, so you are the polar opposite of these.
They're connected to the void and man.
Yeah, so they are the opposite direction. Particularly in this case is, you know that these guys are all disciples of Sin Neth. Ivrig, was empowered by the Andam Eld, and that there was the mortal Elak of these guys, but you know that the Vactori who were destroyed in battle during after the unification wars, they were just normal guys, but given into whatever, do what you want, but they weren't possessed in any way. This guy is literally the opposite end of you, though he hasn't got the blood of two gods in him. He has an actual living void spirit inside this host, but clearly no power over you at all, or didn't try to exercise it in any way. But there's nothing from your learning and teachings that he is actually anything as a viable threat. A guy walking around that knows fireball, for example, out of game would be much more of a threat to you. Fireball, I'm on fire.
As opposed to
they
someone.
have the dominion of man.
So theirs is more right. Okay. And over the years, back in the day, when I was part of the wars to drive them out, did I have a battle with these guys before? Or have I got right?
No, you destroyed the dark one that ruled the Vactori, the lowest of the void creatures. You destroyed him and the Vactori in one battle with Caradak and Grey. The reformed Vactori that you brought with you. You destroyed them in battle, and then during that was when you went on to.
So I've got no sense of a marker of what power this thing is, or what that thing in his hand was, that crown, or whether I'm like looking at it like I'm about to take a fist fight to a machine gun and go, oh no, I got that wrong. I got that very wrong.
Unless arrogance is something that potentially can, someone with power and longevity, etc. There's nothing that you sense that you can't overcome with a knife through the face type stuff. He can't give you. He has no command over you because you're not mortal. He has absolute control. He's allowed these two free will blatantly just to see what they're going to do, to start off a fight. But everybody else is literally stuck.
Right.
You can see his presence is absolute. He literally subsumes will. But you can see it flows around them.
But by his choice, not by.
Because you didn't see it, you didn't. Well, off the top of my head, you didn't see you were protecting these guys.
No, I didn't.
Putting a bubble around them. There's nothing to say that you can't undo it. But you literally go, all right, you've got dominion over man, but I'm not a man.
You can't kill me. No, man. I will never die by a man. I'm a hobbit.
Shit, run away.
You're a small gay man. No, I'm a hobbit.
Mace. So you can feel, but this crown effectively is power, corruption, darkness. It's something that is absolute and wieldable. It is incredible. This is the most powerful, to want a word, artifact or object you've ever sensed or come across.
More than what was in the hammer and I give to Sigma. What are these two stooges?
They're sitting staring at these. Literally, on the table beside them, like this. Just clearly, they're not.
Yeah.
They're just.
I'll go over and pick up a spare beer.
Bramling, come join us for a drink.
From one of the road wardens that are like, well, they're standing there. Take a drink.
Bramling,
Gentlemen, are you ready?
don't need my hammer.
As you say that, they stand up, kick the chairs away. Shink.
No, I'm gonna go fix the roof.
You recognise the stance. The Vactori combat stance.
Ah, Vactori
So
combat
Are you
stance.
ready? They just basically stand up, relax, throw their cloaks off, kick the chairs away, bring out the swords and prepare themselves.
This is Vactori stance, is it? Really?
I'm
Really?
going to bring out again, so I will go back to the old bubble. It takes me back to that bloody pass. Bring the. Oh, it's quite tiring. And put the bubble over these guys to make sure that that thing upstairs basically got.
Doesn't interfere.
Yeah.
Do we... I'm just throwing this idea out there. Do we actually need a fight here?
Did you say, do we need to do this?
Are you suggesting that you don't? Just a second.
Well, he did say.
1 second.
One of them, as you go, just a second, guy. You don't recognise the accent. Anytime you're ready, ancient one. It's black speech, pure, absolute.
Void creature.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a horrible noise you're making. Really horrible noise.
To you, it sounds like literally the worst kind of blackboard and nail. Like, the voices just doesn't make sense coming out of normal vocal cords.
What did you just call me?
He likes you.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
Tell him I like him too.
Probably gonna tell him yourself.
No, what? We
Just a second.
in a fight?
Are you in a fight?
What did you say to him? We were fighting, just drinking here, talking about cows and sheep and farming and agriculture.
One of them walks back to the bar. They talk to each other. They're literally going like, I think they're going to try and talk us to death. Typical Southerners. You just see these two, talking backwards.
And the road wardens are doing nothing other than going.
Sweat. They're stuck.
So, yeah, or do we need to fight? Because I'm sure he called you brother. Brother? Is it some sort of family feud that's been going on that...
You were listening
What
at
are we
teachings, were you?
What are we dealing with?
You were snoring again, weren't you?
You missed the 101 of the actual purpose of your order.
Yeah, I was going to say, Fornell. Does he understand who you are?
It's the hammer too many times on the head. Burning. Maybe it's the dishes.
Unfortunate.
It's a bit unsteady, I get it.
It's a bit unfortunate.
It took a while to master that.
It's a bit top heavy. It's the fact that
Many of the order of the stag didn't survive. Oh, sorry. It's a bit unburdened. As an eye comes out of the spike.
William survived selection because of that hammer.
No, I know, silly.
survived selection because there was only 2 of you left. We're going to give somebody the take.
Damn.
You killed everybody else swinging his spears.
I think you'll find that the hammer's not useful for this closed.
This is my point. Are we equipped to fight those
Odell?
foreigners?
Foreigners.
You be a foreigner?
Yeah. For want of something to do, they start moving tables and chairs out the way. Kicking chairs and giving a good space.
Okay, is this going to be a fist fight?
No, it's going to be
That's
You going with your fists?
actually the response to them. They just start laughing.
Honestly. After this is done and
What are we
their
doing?
carcasses are on fire outside burning, we're talking. Okay? We're talking. He's about 9 foot. We're talking because I'm a bit concerned that you just don't get it. Get it?
No sheer unadulterated windmilling.
I want to see keys. I want to see.
See daggers clenched.
I want to hear plenty, and you know, as I'm talking, right, the fire's still going, right. I'm trying to coax to see whether there's any of the fire sprites that are hanging around. I'm going to call them. It's your friend. Come on, it's nice round here.
They're really reluctant.
Come on, I've got some fun for you. We're going to have some great fun.
They're when the communication that you get about why they're reluctant is they know that upon contact with this creature that they corrupt. They become lost themselves. They've got no defense against what his presence does to them.
Right.
They can't literally defend about it. They're avoiding the situation because of they will die. There's no ifs, ands, and buts. And you know they don't die. They're immortal. But watching, you know that the ones outside, these corrupted things out there, you've never seen that done before.
But that's for him upstairs, not these two in front of us.
Yeah, exactly. Tim.
Yeah. So I'm going to sort of talking to them and suggesting that that's the thing upstairs. Just come to me. Come to me. You'll be fine with me. I'm really going to lie to them.
The ones that respond, strange enough, which is very rare, the ether.
The ether.
The divine.
Right.
They come, feel the light as they descend upon you, casting away any darkness or shadow.
Heads.
Going for the earth ones, you know, crushy ones, but I've got what I'm going to do. I don't actually know what the ether ones do, but anyways, this is in my mind. I'm like,
All right. Chris,
He's talking about something.
yeah. Well, it's a habit of the generationally old. Right. Anyways, Tatal.
Just like Mark. Do this. Right.
Gentlemen, and as I say that,
Throw the table.
Yeah, just go, gentlemen, the table flies past you.
Exactly. Gentlemen, table goes. Okay, so gentlemen, whoa, table goes, and then as the table, I'm like,
I'll follow
okay.
the table. No, it's just like Dorfmark. We were planning this plan. Just like Dorfmark. And he'd launch the table and I'll follow the table.
Well, he turns around with his tank and he goes, gentlemen. One of them on the right, that was, he can't both of them. He just simply goes, he gets like in a defensive, like, ha! The table just clatters into him.
Blocking the table. Oh no!
Same disappears behind the table. He slams against the bar. The other guy, well, I suppose effectively we should have worked out just to give you an idea.
Drop kick.
So you've got the main door to the building. Yeah. You've got the bars here. And this is now bear in mind that's not a solid wall, so you can see through, right? So you have been effectively sitting around here. So one of them gets hit up against the wall, and I'm assuming that based on the table that you've been sitting at, and the stairs are here. So we'll say that you would have been about there, presumably you there. So you hit them with the table, and this guy basically totally ignores as if it didn't happen. Yep. So as that table goes, slams past, he bursts forward. Who's on the left? Would have been nearer the door.
I said left.
You said left anyway, right? So basically, he goes. You see him just sort of like do this like light tapping on his as he comes forward and the sword's coming round, but he's not bringing around a draw as he realises the speed he's coming at. The sword as he's bringing around is the strike itself.
Yeah, I'm bringing the
but you
sword.
know these fighting styles, so you know what's coming. You know the move he's going to go for. So basically, the whole point is, you know that the style itself is to make you think that it's the comeback, that's the strike. But at the last second, he straightens his wrist, the sword goes out the full length of hilt, and it would have been a striking blow across your throat. But you know it's coming, but you are a little bit bewildered by the speed. You've never come across anyone other than him that acts this fast. So you know what's happening.
Yeah, sword up.
Okay, the sword clatters against it.
Because I've got the knife, dagger in the other hand. And then it's like sword up. Can't think of the word.
So you bring your sword's in your right hand, dagger in the left.
Yeah, it's just
so
like that.
You beat him straight on.
Yeah.
You bring up the sword to clash, and then the daggers.
Just cross his sword up, like down his wrist.
Okay. What are you doing as you see him burst forward?
No, as soon as he launched the table at that guy, I followed the table.
Oh, okay.
That's always like Dorfmark, and he went, "Who else?"
Right, so you'll follow the table.
Yeah.
Were you going for the guy that he's hitting, or were you actually targeting this guy?
No, I was going to the guy that he hit.
Right, okay.
Yeah, it's heads left and right.
Okay.
So we were muttering to ourselves before.
Gentlemen! And just an instant fucking in-your-face violence. A table being served effectively by Fornam passes on the left as this guy makes that gap. There's an instant of blades. You feel your dagger immediately cut through, and the sword's coming away as he spins away. You've caught him across. He saw it coming at the last second, but didn't get away. He obviously didn't expect you to have this training, and it's his first mistake. You've cut enough into the arm that he pulls the sword away. He falls back as the blood sprays across the floor. You on the table, this guy's been hit so hard, he's been driven into the floor and part way down as you land beside him.
I just jump on top.
He's got a table on him.
Yeah, just slamming, just like full on body slam the table. Jump on top of the table. Yeah, full 2 feet, full 2 feet.
Victoria, fine ninja type skill, or just fuck.
Well, that's the difference with these Norsemen. Factory is they've got all the skill to defend themselves with it, but they prefer just to literally take you by your ankles and slam your head against the wall. How do you deal with that? I'll defend it.
You didn't go to the table. I haven't got the cat off the table.
Bro.
She's every time I'm just
It's not the stabbing, it's the concussion that will do you in.
All this training
For nothing. I don't know. Yeah, he's the classic.
table.
I don't know how to defend against floor.
On your first lesson, the martial lesson, you're going to defend against tables. Dodge these!
And then dodge a Norseman.
What's the cat off a table?
Yeah, literally, like instinctively. As the table hits him, you then land on it. Bang! Yeah, the bones are snapping. The guy's literally, he's under the table. He tried to defend against it because he can't. Gets crushed against the bar. Then you slam into the table as well. There's definitely bones broken. The other guy, you went for the strike. You catch it, stab with the hand. He drops. the sword. As he spins round, he brings a dagger out. You bring up
Bracer.
the sword, and you ricochet enough, but you still feel it catch against the side of your face. You feel the sting of a blade to the face. As he then moves around behind the road warden group, who are going, wish we could move!
I just go, take your pick.
Try to deflect it with your eyeballs.
So you're there, you're here, you're still there. He then goes from that to there, behind one of the road wardens. Meanwhile, while it's happening, obviously you're not frozen in the spot.
No. So where's the stairs?
Yeah.
Right. So basically launching up the stairs. Yeah.
Well, you can use the ether to boost yourself up there, because
Yeah,
what they do is enhance you.
Yeah. Well,
So you just simply,
I'm
Captain Marvel straight up onto the stairs. That's distracting.
full
At that
matrix.
point,
Yeah.
charge.
I know kung fu.
So you land on the stairs and start powering down
Yeah.
the corridor. He's behind one of the road wardens. He just draws the blade, and as he does so, he goes like that, pulls his blade up. You go on, then he goes and just stabs the guy straight through the spine. Right?
Just charge him.
Right, you're actually, no, you're there, aren't you?
Unfortunately, that doesn't bother you.
No, it doesn't.
See what I can do?
I just
So I can do it as well.
Obviously, unless you realise what he's doing is he's basically saying, like, who are you going to save? You're going to try and save them all, so he's killed this guy.
Yeah,
He
I
moves
stabbed the other
one.
ward warden.
Shink!
Is this what we're doing?
There is that look of moment on his face of, wait a minute. Are we the evil ones?
That's so great. Shink.
Have you got the little tattoo as well?
So he moves to the next one. Shink! Meanwhile, you're on the table. You see he walk up to the road warden. See him get stabbed and go, stab!
Bend it over a table. Yeah.
Oh, I nearly broke your finger.
Fucking hell. Oh, don't do that.
I just launched the ward warden at him.
So he goes, you go, stab, throw.
Yeah.
Steps to one side. What are you doing, by the way? You pulling the table away?
Does I keep stamping on it? I keep jumping it down the table.
Well, it's a big table like this.
Yeah.
On a bar, and basically, so you've got so you can see like his head and shoulders, and you're just going,
Yeah.
jumping up and down, pistoning up and down on top of this thing, and it's good.
Have you had enough yet? Do you want some more?
Okay. You throw the warden up, the road warden at him. He steps to one side.
And I throw the table.
Right, try to get away as you throw the table at him. He gets, he's sort of partially catches.
I followed the table.
So it's caught him, spins him part way, he lands in the doorway.
Then
at
shift,
half-
stab, like just shred him.
Okay.
So I'm thinking it's sort of Guardians of the Galaxy.
It's like, stab. Stamping on his on the inside of his leg.
Because that's the bit that put him down.
Yeah.
The frenzied stabbing to his face and throat, and then, ha!
No, if he's still standing.
Snap. Oh, that's going to smart. You always have a limp now.
Yeah.
Looks like Swiss cheese on his
A
face.
bit of tendon damage.
Looks like complete
Just
gorgonzola
make
on
sure he
his face.
can't walk away.
Meanwhile, you charge down the corridor. You
I'm just going to blast the door with
Power.
with the power to. Oh, because I want to see what's in there. I'm not like I'm running. That's gonna go.
That's the crown.
when you pass by the priest, obviously, right, you get to the Elax door.
Yeah.
Summon the power of the
I have
door.
my axe out by the way.
The door explodes into thousands of bits of timber and shrapnel, which pepper the room. You can feel his concentration immediately waver as it dropped. And you obviously you just go straight in there, like
Yeah, just
he's on the floor. He's peppered. You can see there's blood everywhere. He's got bits of timber and wood stuck in his face and his arms. His clothes are shredded, and he's on the floor. And in that moment, as you step into the room, there's fear. And you see him going like this, and you can see the crown is there, and he's reaching for it. He's going, and you hear him go, no, no.
chop at the arm that's going in with the axe, and as I'm doing that, I'm screaming, "You're nothing like me! You're nothing like me!" And I'm just, yeah, basically just hammering away with an axe.
While stabbing and thinking, Framlin has some issues.
Over all this, because you haven't made a noise. Well, There's a slamming as this guy's, this guy's chest
He's just
bone
like-
is fractured, his lungs are punched through, his neck's broken, there's blood splattering all over, and you're jumping him down. You haven't stopped, even though he's clearly dead. And then you hear, "You're nothing like me, nothing like me." Thump, thump.
So I'm hammering on him as much as I can. But as he's obviously not going to be very well now. Headache.
Well, you hit him in the arm.
Yeah.
It doesn't sever the arm, but what it does is it shatters the wrist and bone.
Yeah.
It go chop straight into it. The bone breaks. The hand becomes non-effective. He's literally with his hand trying to ward you off as the first blow comes through, takes more
Yeah, I'm
his
just
hand. He brings his arm around. You break the arm. The arm's fractured. Then you hit him in the throat and the face.
But as I'm pummeling it, or as I realise that he's now knocked out, or he's not going to be doing any damage. I'm pretty much disabled. I'm going to be screaming, staring at what's left of the face and the eyes going, and I'm screaming, "You're nothing like me! You're nothing like me!" And then I'm going to start weighing on the skull and the face and just pound it.
Well, as you're literally there going, "You're nothing like me," you can hear this gurgled laughter, not the reaction of someone that's been so badly mauled, but still alive. And just before you then reach back, as you go, "You're everything like us," but it's a gurgle sort of through a broken voice. Somebody of normal, realise it's the creature within talking. As you just start, weighing into the skull fractures and breaks, the brain matter comes out. As you draw back, it's still going. It's still clinging on to.
It can still. I mean, obviously, I'm not killing it. It's just it killing its shell.
Absolutely.
And so, as it's doing that, and I've finished screaming and getting rather, pent up a couple thousand years with
It is literally
out of my
like this.
system. I'll be 2 points. Is after I finish with that fury, I'm aware that the priest somewhere next door who might be making an entrance, so I've turned myself, so I'm now my back's not against the door anymore. Now I've stepped in and I'm going to look at the thing. What's left of it? Obviously,
So the host is completely destroyed.
Yeah.
It is the bones are shattered. They're sticking out. In a normal circumstance, it's dead, but the creature within is still connected. The host is destroyed. That should now reject. The void spirit should be heading back, screaming into the pit. It's not. And you're looking down, and it is literally, there's physically no way that this thing can manifest a threat through the host. The bones are shattered, broken, everything's gone. The Semnithai that was there is gone. Even if the soul was somehow part of it, it's dead. But the creature is still trapped within the host. And you can hear it talking. It can no longer form words, it can't talk, everything, you've hacked this piece to bits. But you can still see that there is a mockery of life there. The creature within, the spirit, the void spirit, is still within the host.
Right. The crown I can see.
Yep.
And the crown's still emanating power. It's from the gem.
It's from the gem, but it's the whole thing is malice.
Right.
It's darkness. It is corruption. You can see like tendrils of corruption just seem to
How
seep
are
from
the
it.
how are the ether spirits? They're staying well away from
Not
it.
him. It's that.
Yeah.
As soon as you went poof, and you walked in, the ether spirits are like just pure fucking power against it, but they're not corruptible. They're the divine. But you can see that they are like there's a dark spot amongst their bright light. They are not powerful. Nothing, whatever this is beyond their ability to destroy.
Right. Well, I'm going to go for more mundane and try my axe at high, like Gimli on the old one ring. just see if I can break this thing.
There goes the roof.
The axe impacts and you feel that sort of numbing, jarring, hitting something ridiculously solid. Your wrist goes, you're like, but the axe doesn't break like Gimli's axe. It's not the ring of power, but you can see from that instant, immediately that this thing is not that in doing that.
That's not going to do anything with it.
But like I say, on close respect, you can see that it's got a deep, sickly green glint to the metal. It's as much green as dark, as if it was green, but this blackness is sort of like an outer shell through the cracks and seams, the natural seams of this stone that this gem's been put into. You can see this line, deep, sickly green, sort of shimmers and reflects within it.
And does it remind me of Sigmar's hammer and some of the stuff that?
If Sigmar's hammer had the opposite itself, polar opposite, that's what you would expect this stone to look like. It's not the Azrael Duras, as in bright light. This is
more the shitty light.
Yeah, the opposite.
Yeah.
Toxic.
Yeah. I'm obviously out of game. I think I know what it is, but in game I have not come across that before. And me pounding on this with an axe. It didn't even break. It didn't even dent it. Didn't
even give off a spark. It was stone on stone, and it is a stone crown.
Right. Well, I'm gonna. It's nowhere near. He can't do it. This thing can't do anything. It's not moving. It's not recreating itself.
No.
Right.
The body is destroyed. There's no coming back from that. It doesn't reform itself, or you can look. No, it's trapped. The void spirit is trapped within this destroyed host.
Right.
But that in itself is weird because there's no reason that it should still be there. From your learning, it should It should be broken.
I'm gonna surround that crown with a bubble of. Same thing that I protect these two and protect the Victoria all those years ago. I'm going to try and ensconce it in a bubble of power to basically seal it into itself so it's not able to communicate with anything, it's not able to show any evidence. It's going to seal it inside its own, basically just trap it in itself.
Yep.
And that's what I'm going to force that. So it's basically it's a metaphysical shell around it that you won't be able to see it, but hopefully maybe it'll break a contact between it and it, or stop it anyways from being a pain in the arse to the ether who are not happy with it.
From what you saw, there was no physical connection between these things. There's no spiritual connection. It was literally itself, its own entity.
Right, but I'll still ensconce it. I'll still stop it from being, hopefully from being sensed.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'll do that. So I know that that's now protected.
Okay.
And now I'm casting my thoughts towards where the priest was.
It's still him.
But what's he doing?
He's sitting in his room, rocking backwards and forwards.
Right.
What are you two guys doing, by the way? These other, because obviously these people are now suddenly going like, the ones that are still alive anyway.
Oh,
looking at you going,
you bastards! Murdered one of us.
we could have been heroes at that point, except what did he do? No,
Oh.
I think you're hard.
I made sure I stabbed the biggest one.
Bear in mind that the captain's up here as well.
And he's malignant. He's not.
He's just
a nasty piece of work.
Yeah.
He's what the priests now become.
No. The priest is literally if everything was enhanced.
Oh, so the priests basically priests become ultimate human evil.
Yes.
The worst it can be.
Yes.
He's just a corrupted twat.
He's just someone that
Likes his job too much. Likes his job way too much.
Yeah. He's got no problem about taking life, or just to gain himself, to gain.
Once there's a couple of Northmen down there, they'll probably go, nah.
But yeah,
How can a guy?
strength over weak,
Yeah.
But there is still good in him. He's a product of the time. Possibly you could go on to say the fourth born of a noble, bored with life, and he was used to taking. Because of the circumstances of his life, being born into this period of lawlessness, and being in a position of power, he's progressed quickly to pulling wings off flies type stuff.
Yeah. Exactly. That's the sort of thing. He's not quite torturing dogs, but that'll be next.
Yeah,
that's next week if he fancies that kind of hard.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Chopping the head off the guy I've just killed. Looking at the war ordnance. What you do?
Well, basically, they suddenly, as if released from whatever was holding them. And you obviously neither one of you give any thought to the fact that they hadn't moved. You just got on with your job. The 5 road wardens that are still alive suddenly jump up, of course, and grab for their weapons. There's oaths to Sigma, to Ulrich, and Captain, because obviously you've got the sergeant and 2 of the road wardens are now dead in their seats. And they're basically, drop your weapons! Drop your weapons!
Throw the head over.
I'll stop pounding on the table.
There's probably just jam there by now.
Yeah, the guy's like, he's backwards over the bar. So the barman's out the door.
I'll take my chances with a biscuit.
Then you throw the guy's head at you, and they're like that. You're under arrest! You murderer! You'll hang for this!
You do realise
there's no trees,
right?
Huh?
What?
There's no trees. Huh? What?
What's your fucking problem?
You just killed one of us. Drop your weapons. You're all bastards.
You just killed one of them. Pointing
I'm
at
gonna
Marcus.
The captain's like,
I'm walking over to him calmly.
What's all this bloody noise then?
Is he coming down the corridor?
Yeah, so you're further up the corridor, so he's close at the door, and you go, what's all the bloody commotion?
So I'm walking over to him.
To the guy,
To the guy who's shouting.
Yeah, okay.
So there's 5 of them
Yeah.
armed.
So the one who's talking.
5 of them are armed. They're all like literally they've got up.
I'm standing right next to them.
You just
So basically, this is the table. So there's 5 of them like that. You're there. You're there.
Yeah.
Right. So there's 5 of them. They've got their weapons out now, and they're they're like, a standoff against you two. Your main point is this: is that obviously they're fighters, but they're still in massive shock over having been held unable to move, while 3 of their number were murdered in front of them. One of which was done by you.
Yeah.
And that's the moment of. It's only waiting. The spark is coming, no matter what.
it's going to kick off, and it's who's going to start the kicking off.
Well,
is-
I said,
for the,
well, didn't you kill one of them? Pointing out Marcus's group.
That's what you say.
Yeah.
And he's going, murderer, drop your swords, you pay for this, you lang. Didn't you kill one of them? That's the law! He was a plague carrier!
The only fucking one of them who had no fucking plague. You dim-witted fuck. As I'm walking.
No.
Towards the
Yeah.
the rest of us are full of it. just rub off the makeup.
You obviously, in your door, you can see that the captain's, putting his sword belt on, he's walking, he's approaching the landing.
So he's down in Dortmund.
Yeah, he's walking ahead of you. He's about 2 doors down. He steps out, starts heading towards the landing.
So wait a minute, I'm on a corridor. Imagine this is the corridor.
Yeah.
That's the destroyed thing. He hasn't noticed the
No, he came out and just walked straight towards the door.
normal
Didn't
sound
notice that the other end.
exploding and people screaming and shouting, and you're nothing like me. Yeah, it's just
Not the noise either.
It's just a Wednesday, isn't it? Really?
Just a drunken brawl.
God, Premier Inn's really downhill, like.
There's a bit of a commotion out here today.
So he's heading down. Priest's in his little room,
Yeah, literally just.
rocking backwards and forward, and hasn't quite got round to the fact that he's now become ultimately evil.
Yep.
He's fractured.
When he so as he's heading down to the stairs, turns out I'm just gonna go nick behind him and just
You're nothing like me. You're
Surfy
nothing.
falls down the stairs. And you're not nothing like me either!
but just
Last of the Mohicans.
yeah,
were-
just as you go but not with the blade, with the back end of that.
Just asking
These
you a
won't notice
question.
this. They just see you, wild man, come up with an axe. Thunk.
and just crack him on the back of the head.
It's the fall that's going to kill him.
Yeah.
It's more the. I'm just envisioning the sound. I'm like, right, yo, go, like this corpse fall down the stairs.
Well, it won't be a corpse because I'm just at the flat end of a large lump
But
of
they're probably
steel.
not going to pick up on it.
But I'm just knocked him. I mean, I might have.
He'd probably be a
I
corpse by the
wasn't-
time he hits the step on the.
Are you just dropping him at the top of the stairs or so that he goes over the side? No. Kick.
Oh, right.
Oh, he's coming straight over the top. I thought he was
Yeah.
going down the stairs.
He's taking leaf out
So
of our
the
book.
stairs have got a landing.
It's
I
going
think.
to be a corpse by the time he lands.
Oh yeah, just well. So he goes over the top.
So you basically walk behind him. Wang! On the top of the back of his skull. He goes. And then he just
Bend him over and throw him across. Whee!
Right, so he basically lands there.
That's what I'm like, giving it
Yeah,
that.
so you're like, you stupid motherfucker! Huh?
Right.
Ah!
Right. And as that
They
happens,
charge forward.
they
I
charge-
did not do that.
No one makes it. No, no.
No, wasn't me.
Marcus and the other surviving god, basically, they're like off to one side. They've got the cudgels. They don't know what's going on and what's happening. It's just everyone's dying. The guy, the captain, hits the floor with a resounding crunch. Those that are standing there look up at you're like throw, and like standing looking over the banister. You've got your back. You
So-
can see him.
So
I mean, you see the sword, the captain approach, and suddenly go, and him.
I see them
behind
look
with
up and then
his
go whack, whack.
So he hits the floor. Everyone's like, ah! He's hit the ground in front of you, and then they just charge forward as it starts. So basically, from this point, 2 come towards you, 3 come towards you. The swords are drawn. They've got very little. They've got some training more than the average Joe, but they're not at your level. The swords are up in the air, and they're like, ah! It's all bravado and absolute fear is the charging. The closest to you, what do you do?
How's he got? He's coming up with his
There's
arm.
2 of them.
Yeah.
They're like that. They just comes charging in with their swords up, going haymaking.
Yeah.
Bloody
Stab
keys.
one in the shoulder with the dagger, and stab one in the shoulder again with the sword.
Okay. Right, so as they come forward, the swords are coming up. You're not defending yourself. You're just striking at
He's
them.
obviously got a cousin who does prosthetic limbs. Just get the shoulders. I don't want to some money to be made here. I like you. I like your shirt. I don't want to cause too much problems.
I've gone for the sword arms, both.
Hmm?
I've gone for both of the sword arms.
Okay. So as they're coming forward, the
closest-
you'll be sort of crossing to each other. You slash with that and then sort of thing, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Well, you make impact with them. They obviously fall back from the blows. You got 3 charging across towards you. 2 of them are much closer than the third one. His sword is a bit lower as he's trying to come around, but they are literally in a wild panic frenzy. You've seen these fights before where they just want to chop at you like a woodsman with an axe. No finesse, but just as much. Just
If it
as
catches you,
dangerous.
a bit like the old haymaker. Oh, it's a terrible haymaker. But if it connects, it's taking your head off. You know?
So the closest one, I will allow him to come. I'll trap his arm.
Yep.
Go into his arc, trap his arm, trap the sword so he can't swing with the sword. Almost direct him in the path of the other one, use him as a human shield. And as I've got him as a human shield, I'll wait for his arc to strike. So I'm using him literally as a shield, so it hits him
And lift him up.
and yeah. Well, just not in the line, because if I know what his intentions are, how he's going to attack, then I'll bring him in the line of fire, and then if he's going to hit him, and then I will drop him, and I will wait for that strike, because then I'm going to strike.
Okay. So the first one comes in, you step into it, you trap, as you say, the other guy's trying to strike down, you move him in, the blade strikes this guy across the shoulder and back, you feel the impact, the guy screams as it hits. As you say, you drop the body, so this guy's now, his sword's coming down with his mate, there's a bugger.
Yeah.
The other
So
guy
as he
then
drops,
tries to jump over him towards
as
him.
he drops, I'm letting him, he's hit him, I've dropped him, and I've got my sword, I'll bring out my sword to the guy who's now the third guy who's going to be in on me now. So if he's coming up like that, I'm just going to bring my sword across and just to trap it if I can't. If not, if he's too quick, then I'll just go over the arc and just slash across his hand and up.
Okay.
So if it's coming low, it's like slashed up.
Yeah,
like
so
that,
the other guy sort of jumps over, and it's more like that as he's jumping over the guy that you've knocked. So this guy's been neutralised for a moment as he's in shot. His blade's hit. That body's sort of trapped.
How long is this sword? What kind of sword is it?
Normal sword.
Oh, okay. The same size as...
Like that.
Is it-
Yours are shorter.
Yeah, I was a short sword.
Yeah,
It was a gladiator.
Yeah. So for that moment, as that guy's falling down, he's going to be withdrawing his sword. The other one jumps over his sort of trailing body, and he's bringing his sword down like that for a stash. So you would be basically, because if you've done that, you're still at full height, or maybe slightly over. He's coming over to try and take advantage, and he's going for a killing blow. That's when you bring your sword out.
Well, if it's a gladiator, I was envisioning that I had a bigger sword, but no, what I'll do is in that case, I'll just parry it. So I'll just be like flick of the wrist.
You'd be your swords like that. So you went like this, you then grab your sword, he's come along, you go chink.
Yeah, just deflect.
So
So
just,
more of a
full
deflection.
volume.
No, but just more of a deflect.
Right,
Just
so
to
you drag it
deflect
up over.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
So
then,
he's ploughing into you now. Right. So he goes whoop, like that. You're outside of his. You've knocked his blade up. So
so that whole part, deflect. We'll let him go that way, and then I'll bring my. Then I can just just change the grip and then slash across his neck.
Okay. The two guys that you've stabbed, obviously, this weren't gentle stabs. These were full bladed. Even your daggers, big. Not much shorter than your gladius, and you're going full hilt in on you, stab. And their arms are useless. They're like that pain as they sort of stab back towards the door, pure fear on their face. They're out of the fight per se at this point. They're not, they're struggling with this injuries that you've sustained. They've sustained. The guy that you've used as a guard, he falls to the floor. You can't tell at this point if it was a killing blow. You kill the third guy. He just pirouettes, effectively he spins away with it. Throat's opened up, a big thick gouge across his throat and up through his jaw. The next guy, the number 2 guy that you've knocked, he steps back. You can see he's sort of like, I've just stabbed my friend. And you've got a moment if you want to take advantage of that distraction as he sort of like, he can't help himself to go. He's unaware that the third guy's already dead effectively as he's reacting. And he's like checking that his mate's all right, but it's only going to be a heartbeat before he'll be looking up towards you.
Let's walk up.
Well, you're right beside him.
Oh,
They're
right
all
beside
around
me.
you.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just look at him and just. I wouldn't do that.
Well, the guy that's being used as a meat shield, he's been opened up, but it's not life-threatening, or at least it doesn't look like it at this point, or it's not immediate. He hits the floor going, why? and he's like, and you go, I wouldn't do that if I was you, and he just.
Before, because I'm anticipating it, yeah. I'm anticipating it. So before he draws, and I see that he's going to draw, doesn't think about not doing it, and then I will strike. I'll beat him to it.
But just stab him.
Yeah, just stab him, yeah.
Whack! Drops to the ground. Yeah.
While all this carnage is going down, I'm going back to the room with the thing in it.
I am not like you either!
So no, I'm not going to the priest. I'm going to where the Semnothai was.
Yep.
With the thing still, it's still there. It's still. I'm going to grab it by the body by the heel and start just dragging it down the hallway, just pulling it out and listening to it chittering away or whatever it's doing. Leaving the crown where it is.
Okay.
In its bubble.
Yep.
I'm going to just drag that down like
big step,
and just drag it down.
There's bits of the internals coming out and being
there'll be a
left
big,
on the floor.
Yeah, there'll just be a big blood mark and I'm just going to drag it down. We've all killed deer before. We know when you're crouching when you got a chair and you leave it all. So just pull it down. And I'm going to pull it down the stairs while they're all subduing and just like ba-dum, ba-dum. I'm not being gentle at all, and I know the thing's still there.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, there is bits of it coming out that you're like, you can't possibly be alive with that missing.
Yeah, you're going to need that. That must be useful.
That's part of a lung there. So the two guys that you were face off have dropped their swords and they're backing into towards the door. Well, they're out the door. And they basically see what he kills two of them. There's another guy who's lying in amongst all this on the floor. His back's been opened up. It's obviously a dilapidating injury by any standard. And he's lying there, there's blood on his mouth. There's a bit of a pink froth, possible lung penetration. These two look at you, look at what's going on, and then they reach for the door, kick it open, and both of them run outside. They've dropped their weapons because they're unable to use them, or in the moment. Both injuries, they could still fight, they could still be a threat. Just the blow of a sword going shinking coming out the other side of your arm is definitely going to be like Ayaz. That's a bit of a dead arm effect.
And then the rest of them are all dying, thinking, did I leave the gas on?
They're going to open that door, aren't they?
Okay.
Because while I'm running past, I thought you were only asking them questions.
Still questions. You still got more answers.
I'll look at him and go,
when you run outside,
that's
The
horrible.
door's already open.
Close it.
Right, well, they ran past towards the stable, but you do crock and the door is wide open. The barrier is on the floor. It's not just been lifted and put, it's been cast, and the door is wide open.
It's probably the gate warden who's went,
Yeah.
Hook! Where are you going? I'm going to the Deadly Forest!
So you run up to it and go.
With a big torch covering himself,
They're in the stables.
Whose horses are gone to?
Nobody's they're just in amongst the horses.
I just put the bag up.
Yeah, kitty.
No. I ignore them and
Set fire to the stables.
Yeah.
I'll join him because I don't want anyone to escape.
no, I sense that I look around. Hopefully nothing else coming in. I shouldn't have come in.
Well, from this point, you're standing there.
I checked the
Right, you
checked
look
the
around.
ground.
Looking for hoof prints.
You're going to walk all the way around.
No, I'm just checking. There's like hoof prints,
Yeah. Well, there's nothing that looks
like horseshoes, and there's like.
But that's Beastman, isn't it?
Yeah.
They've been horseshoed.
Yeah. Which blacksmiths start giving them shoes?
Oh no, it's that demon fools!
So I'm looking like the horses with the horseshoes, and if there's like any of that.
There's no markings. You've tracked creatures before.
Yeah.
There's no markings on the ground in the mud around here. There's 3 horses that haven't been stabled.
Yeah.
They don't look like the road warden's horses, which have been. These are just 3 other horses. They look somewhat exhausted. They're proper lathered, white mouth. There's blood on their mouths where the bit has been pulled. They're randomly walking around, but there's nothing on the ground that from the tracks that you see that gives you pause. What are you doing about the guy that's at the... Just bear in mind that you've got 3 bodies. One of them's still alive. They've collapsed around your feet. What are you doing with that 3rd guy?
I'll kill him.
Just stab him.
Stab him in the back. neck or whatever, whichever he's
Just,
facing. As I walk past.
Okay.
Because I was following him. I was like, oh, sorry, you finish him off and then head out.
As I'm dragged this thing down and dropped it down, where's Sergeant Marcus? What's he doing with his club?
So you're coming down the stairs, and they're like, you see the young guy just drops the stave, and he's just like that, going, "Oh, shall there be save us, please show mercy? Oh, the mother of mercy!" And Marcus, you can see his face is bleached, but white. There's no reason to think that he hasn't seen conflict. This is not conflict.
It's just a story.
And as you sort of like come down the stairs dragging a lighter body, which is lightening, and it's seemingly still gurgling.
Yeah.
And the blood's around him, he's just like, "What dog gods do you follow?" Oh, yeah, straight.
I was like, hey,
He's like, "Yep."
Dad.
I'm right. While he sips on a bud.
Old school town. This is
Yeah.
like,
Old school town.
this is eye for an eye. Did you not know about this?
Oh,
Marcus, arm yourself. This will be all over soon, and you will survive. You will get out of this. You will be fine. Don't do anything silly, because these two gentlemen react badly to silliness.
Just puts his stave down. I mean, he's like, "What the? I've got a stick."
Now, and as I drag the thing, I'll say, "You can see, Marcus, this thing that killed the road warden, this thing is pure evil. This is not normal.
Oswald.
Your master, sadly, this thing got to him first. The thing upstairs that was your master, your charge, is no more. And we're going to have to deal with that. Because this thing's still gurgling away.
Yeah. Well, its arms are like that. It's just been dragged downstairs.
What we're going to have to do...
You're aware it's laughter.
Yeah. Oh, it's...
It's laughing.
I'll turn and look over and go, "Do you like fire? Shall we find out?" Like, pretend I'm dead.
is he playing dead? Demon getting smart.
Oh, he's dead. We'll leave him then. I've just got to someone ride my horse like this.
I'm glad I learned that bluff spell.
That's a hell of a weird travelling. I'm a little power. Birds pecking at him.
See if I can blend in.
Fox running off with a body part.
I need that. Give me that.
He gets banished back to the void's music. What happened now, Steve?
Just
Nah.
some real dark shit.
Yeah. Do not go there.
Do not go south.
Says he's not one of us, but I've got my doubts.
That is some serious dog shit. Honestly, what the fuck?
Yeah, we thought we were dog.
Now I understand why you're hiding so far fucking north.
Yeah. He's been by himself for a 1,000 years. It's had an effect on him.
Yeah, but apparently he's not like me. You're right. That was seriously wrong. I'd never have done that.
Right. So.
Well, as you're doing that,
Yeah.
he drops the stave, and you see him sort of going, "Oh, give me strength," and he takes one of the swords from one of the many dead people around here, since everyone's dead but him and the other young lad.
Two coachmen.
Well,
Yeah. Well, we're
so he arms himself. He picks up the sword and you see him sort of like, "Get up, lad. Arm yourself." And he is definitely nervous around you.
I probably
you know.
understand that. So you're outside, putting the.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
You
Point
just
to the-
stalk straight up to the stables and butcher the two men in there.
Once I
I'll
get
point to the
when I get
two.
there, where are they? Right.
No, mercy.
No. No, my horse just beat them to you. Beat you to it.
And he crushed it like a
We're
mountain.
safe in here.
Warhammer in its mouth.
Or rather, just a big tongue lick.
Oh, Terry, man.
Just over his shoulder.
They're in the stables. They're in the stables.
Ooh.
Did you feed Terry? No.
I'm fed him for a week.
So yeah,
But he's in.
his young whimper out turns into cries as you enter the stables, and you hear them, especially as well. Mercy, please, mercy.
Yeah, knife to the eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the eye. The eye?
No!
Slowly.
You would as well.
Does it feel like you're slowing it down? You're not.
Starts
slow.
singing to them. Oh, on the harvest moon.
He's not like them, but I am. You hear the screams of terror end in gurgling sounds as they're stabbed through the eyes. Step out.
Mhm.
You're standing there in the main tavern. You're doing a full circle. Yeah.
Walking around.
There is
Carnage
blood
everywhere.
up the walls.
Yeah, sprayed everywhere.
Yeah.
The owner?
He's not visible behind the bar. But you know that the door leads into the kitchen. There was also a cook.
He's probably in a cupboard somewhere.
Flint.
Or he's just like, oh, just follow the smell. Okay. We need to get a fire going, Marcus. And we need to burn this thing. You gonna help me? Gonna be.
Yep. Okay.
So we need to find some wood. And we'll drag this thing out.
Bring the table out.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I saw they've got a smithy around the back. Would that work?
Yeah, we need to burn this. We need to burn it. We're gonna burn you. It's still presumably
You see this one go.
just one eye, just like, you know.
Oh.
I want to hear about a smice.
What about the other two warblers?
One muscle.
Burn everything. But I want this thing burnt by
Everything.
itself.
Well,
All,
basically,
all the bodies will have to be burned.
Marcus heads out the outside the door. You see him come out, and he heads around to the smithy. Whereas obviously it has not only does it have an but it has a massive open stone fire. He starts banking it up and preparing it. You've walked back around. You step back in. These are back in the main room.
Right, so as they come back to Fordell, there's a priest upstairs. That's not really a priest anymore now. Don't want you to kill him. Bring him down. I need to talk to that thing and find out whether whatever's happened to him is irreparable or whether he can be saved. And if not, but just be aware that it's not the priest of Talia anymore. It's something else. Be on your guard. Shalia.
Yeah.
Talia, what the hell's that?
Whoa!
That's what happens when you mix Shalia and Tal
Talia,
together.
Yeah, you get Talia. What's that? It's old school Shalia.
It's corruption at its worst.
It's, yeah.
Alien bird.
Right. Oh,
Right.
walk upstairs.
What do you want me to do, Fromling?
Let's get these bodies.
Get your hammer.
Get this fire going. I want this thing burned. Don't go into its room.
Yeah, so you know that Marcus had he said he was off to deal with that side of things. So you'll probably have said, oh, you have seen him. He's banking up the fire and stoking it in the forge.
Right. Okay. Well, it needs to. Obviously, I mean, well, so bring the priest down.
Right. You walk in. The priest is as you open the door. He's sitting on his bed, and you see that he was sort of like this. As you open the door, he just stops and looks up at you.
Oswald, Famling wants you.
Stands up calmly, walks out the door. Are you behind him? Or do you just turn and walk out and let him walk up behind you?
No. I'm like walking back, so like the
Bend over as
stairs.
well.
Yeah.
Oh, there. His door.
My chest.
There. Is there a passageway there? I'm walking back. So.
No, it's just one straight passage. All the rooms are on the side of the building.
All right. Well, so
So basically, what you do is you'd walk and then
I'll make sure like
so you just like
You
that.
bring him. Yes, he comes out. So
I'm on the other side of the door, like that way. So he has to.
So yeah, he appears at the top of the stairs with the looming shadow of Fordell behind him.
So
No,
Do it.
it's so close. No. What's he called? Oswald. Oswald. Call up to him. Come down.
Walks down quietly. You just see him surveying the area and looking around. He doesn't look like the frightened young priest that you last saw. There's a steadiness, about him.
Is Oswald still in there?
Yes, I'm still in here. Strange question.
It's not really, is it? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and well, not, I'm going to surround him. He won't see this, or unless he does, in which case, yeah. Surround him in that same thing that I've got the crown wrapped up in, and form a circle around and just observe that result and see whether there's any.
I don't see anything. He doesn't seem to be uncomfortable. He doesn't show any indication that he's aware of.
That he's aware of what's going on.
Yeah.
And in terms of his spirit or his physical, all humans have got a colour to them. Like they reflect their personalities. Like the sad deceased captain who met with an untimely end when he tripped over and fell over that.
Honest on his head. Yeah. Of all the horrible things, the one memory you've got is this guy going like land on his head like. Oh, that's fucking nice.
It's right in front of me. Can't see that shit.
Rumple of bone that goes. Spine
He tripped.
compacts. So you're doing that. And he's looking around and he goes. Oh well, Hulk. Not doing a very good job, are you? Where's Marcus?
Marcus is outside.
Did they have Did you have a disagreement with them?
I think we had a huge disagreement with them.
He's around there. You look up and you can see like an ear. Like, how did that even get up there?
He tripped.
So then he looks at the mess and he's like, that thing seems to be breathing, or at least somehow a mockery of life. I think something was done to me. I can't feel Shalia anymore.
With your permission, without your permission, I'd like to see if
Throw
we
you in
can
the
get,
fire.
see if we can get Shalia to talk back to you again.
Not really a choice.
If not, Talia's coming for you.
Not Talia! That's dark Shalia.
That's old school
When
Shalia.
Shalia's pissed off, Talia comes. I'll get him for mercy. There is a type of mercy.
Are you going to save me?
This was a mercy. What was done to that thing was a mercy.
This makes
so
it
not a choice, really.
Well, no. To be honest, not really. But we're going to try and save what was you, what you've now become.
Well, what have I become? I'm still me.
You are the worst that you could ever be, not the best.
I really feel no different. Except I'm no longer connected to my goddess. I can't feel her movements. I can't feel her.
Pull up a chair.
Terrible Wi-Fi.
See if you can find a chair. There's one that's not smashed or have parts and body parts impaled on it. Move that out of the way. Sit him on the chair, and then he's still surrounded with this nimbus-like glow. And I'm going to I'm going to use the ether to see whether that they can see if there's any seed of anything that's good in him, or there's any last vestige of the good side of him.
It's literally the polar opposite of what he was. There is always that chance of redemption at this point, unless you actually give in to a void creature, for example, which eats that alive. In this case, this is literally whatever the crown did, it enhanced the darkness within him. But that darkness was still natural. It just enhanced a natural thing within him that would never see the light because of his natural goodness was far more overpowering. But it was always a possibility that as a young man, over a lifetime
it could be encouraged.
He would come out and he could become a very hard priest, but he would never be truly dark unless something actually happened. But everything about this is he is natural. There's nothing supernatural. There's nothing.
No, he's
not corrupt.
He's just the worst of human could be.
Yeah.
Saying that thing messed with him.
Sadly, whilst there is an inner light and there's also potential for an inner darkness within all men, as we have our urges and rages and sometimes violence. Unfortunately for young Oswald, that's being magnified by that thing, become almost all of him. He doesn't realise I'm sorry, we're talking about you in front of you, but this is unfortunately who you are. I'm going to try and see whether we can nurture what was that human spark, that essence of the true you, the best that you could be, back, give you some sort of life. Because unfortunately, where you are at the moment, you're not fit to walk amongst men. You are akin to a plague carrier. Heart is black. Your thoughts are also black, and this will overwhelm you. But I believe I can help. It won't hurt.
I don't feel particularly dark.
You won't, but by tomorrow, thoughts will come into your mind. Things that you would normally not consider will just come to the fore. Reactions, perception of life. All things will change. This won't take long. You merely need to just watch the finger. Great one, yeah. Oh, thank you.
I thought it was his tongue for a second, you
Right. So I'm trying to get inside his spirit and try to see whether I by using the ether spirits to try and inject warmth, passion, love, trying the thing that they use to make me the best that I can be. See if I can imbue that part of him to make it the best that he can be, and see whether that has any effect or whether this is irreversible.
So, anyways, they're getting the fire. I'm assuming that you're dragging out some of these bodies, not just leaving them.
You're dragging out
Around the
first.
thing. So you can see him sort of like, the room fairly much clears, except for the priest on a chair. During this, you find the two coachmen cowering in the common room under blankets. Whether or not you interact with them, just leave them there. Right? And you're basically sitting in front of them, concentrating on them. About half an hour's gone, and you're pretty much prepared now to get rid of this gurgling mess in the middle of the floor. Outside, you've dragged it outside, but you've effectively. What are you going to do with these other bodies, by the way? Are you burning them, or are you just going to leave them and bury them, or are you just going to leave them in the courtyard?
I'm just going to burn them all, the dead ones.
You're going to burn everything, right? Ultimately, you come out of your trance-like, your vision of this, what's going on. It's not irreversible, but whatever this crown has, the speed with which it did the corruption, you don't have the ability to return it that fast. This is somebody that's going to need a lot of work done. It's not irreversible. Naturally, you will never go back to where he is, but your interaction with him, which could take years.
He's going to need like therapy and brought round and try and get.
But not therapy in the sense of you need what you've just done now. You're going to need to do this over thousands of hours,
right?
To slowly bring him back. And in the meantime, the only way would be is to hide him off somewhere where he can be no harm. Because what you get from him is he is literally he has no connection with any form of compassion, life.
So he's become a sociopath. He's
yeah.
just turned into the Iceman.
Yes. Yeah. In a position of power, he'd become an absolute tyrant.
And so obviously,
but it doesn't necessarily mean he will.
No.
He's still him with his abilities.
No, but he'll be a nasty priest of Shalia that'll just wander around and like
lie about him being a priest of Shalia, and will use that to his best. And he's
most basic. But so there's a way of bringing him back.
But it will take thousands and hours, and you've got to keep him away from everyone.
Right.
Because given any choice, he will go with whatever's best for him, regardless of his. As you say, the Iceman.
Yeah, he's just in it, the Iceman.
Though he's never taken a life, it's a guarantee.
Not yet.
It's only a matter of time. You wouldn't think twice about setting fire to this whole place with everybody in it just for the warmth.
Temp to join the.
But he is also unaware of it.
Start the side of the stag.
Yeah. Mint.
Excellent. Okay. I'll bring him outside to show him the thing. Obviously, like that's what's corrupted you. That's what's affected you.
I don't feel it.
No. Yeah. Well, I've had a chance to have a look, and
do you think I'll ever feel the light of Shalia upon me again?
It's possible, but it'll be a dark road for you. Your more baser urges are going to become to the forefront in any decision that you make. You'll always, where you previously would have went to the light, you're more likely to go to a more darker side. Not corruption, but a darker side.
But I could still follow the path of light.
You could attempt to dedicate yourself to the path of light, but temptation, in any form of temptation, you will always default to more basic code. You're unlikely to, naturally, as you previously were, but moments before this evening happened, have gone for more compassionate and more effectively. Well, yeah. Anyways, as part of your journey, let's see if we can get rid of this thing. At least see off what's impacted your life.
How many more people he's done like that since he's travelled up the south?
That's exactly. Let's drag this thing.
Marcus comes out and you see him going,
Ready,
You
Marcus? Is it hot enough?
yeah, no, that'll get rid of bone, that.
Good.
Priest? Marcus? You alright? I don't feel any different. Assume that you're still going to honour your vow. Well, yeah. Then we will continue north. But that's and he looks at the body and you see he starts talking. He goes, "What's the? Don't see any point. Throw the body in the fire." And you realise that as a priest of Shalia,
Yeah, it's just like
there is no last rites there. There's no prayer of mercy for the soul. You've been around Shalians to know that's what they're doing. You can see at that point where you expect the priest to come out with something. Priest, he goes, "Does he have any point?
Look at Marcus.
She's not listening.
Broken priest.
Shalia is no longer listening. Destroy the creature."
Right, let's stick this thing in the fire.
Marcus
Which
steps
one?
forward and
Throw the priest in the fire.
And throw the god that I killed into the fire.
there's
What?
a big pile, bodies.
Yeah, throw the priest in the fire.
Did you throw the first?
Yeah, we want to put the creature in first.
You grab the priest.
He said throw the monster in the
So you go like that for the priest.
Not that one!
You see Oswald's like, whoa.
But is he not tainted?
He's not tainted, no. There's no taint on him.
He's committed no crime.
He hasn't done anything. Let's get rid of this creature. This is the foulness that started all that. That's
Can we trust him?
as much as any man. Which is to say,
So we're not gonna having a
I don't think he's going to be doing anything in 10 years.
Well, look,
Him.
we've got a lot of this. Is the sergeant. We've got a lot of work to be done here. This can be discussed in a moment, yeah. Just because you've obviously still got a hold of him.
Yeah.
He's like he hasn't got the strength to break your grip anyway, but he's also very consciously aware that you might just murder him on the spot. He's going, "Tell your man to stand down, please."
Yeah.
He's committed no crime. He's still an innocent.
he's never going to be innocent as he was, but you're right, he has committed no crime. He has committed
And
no
I shall
crime.
travel with him. I still have, because he's heard some of the things we've said. I still have a moral compass. You can't commit a man without him actually committing a crime. He is still innocent, and I will walk by him. I will guide his path.
when this man decides to rape and
Well, he won't.
what would you do then?
He'll probably
He
kill him.
won't, because I will be there. Why would he rape and pillage? At which point did we turn into rapers and pillagers? You said that his base.
He's
If given a moral compass, if he gets a choice,
How do you feel about raping there, priest? What's your thoughts on it?
I don't feel the need to.
But say you did.
What about if you do?
Do.
And do you?
Tremendous guilt.
When I
Yeah.
do it. More so when I rape men. Shit.
right.
That's why we had to lock
There's
up the farm animals.
There is a large jump, of a man that may be compromised as far as his decision making is concerned to raping and pillaging. Surely, if he has a path, he will still walk it. It's just as you say, he might have.
Awful.
His struggle to get back to Shalia is going to be much harder, but it's
Throw
not
the bodies
impossible.
in the
If you're
fire.
willing, Marcus, to look after this young man and guide him back to light, and be aware that he will defer and deflect to a more baser nature that is in all of us. The potential is fully enhancing him, but there is a core of light I see in him. He can be saved. He can be guided back to the light, but it's something that you're going to have to take on, and it's not going to happen overnight, and it's not going to happen in the next year or two. Is that something that you're prepared to follow?
He looks at the priest who is literally, there's no show of concern
Yeah.
with this discussion. You still have an iron grip on him. Yes?
And it's decided. Let's get rid of this thing first. I want to watch this thing burn.
Oops. There's already a body in the corpse. In the
He's
fire.
still standing there. He's effectively got his, he's not as strong as you, but you haven't let go. But any blow, any strike will hit, you can see that Marcus is prepared to put himself in the way. But there is this look of this, like, please, just stop.
I'm
Are we
just
on on? Let go.
Come on, gentlemen. Let's get the creature in the fire.
Second.
You put the creature in the fire.
No, I put one of the ones that I
I
killed
think
in the fire.
He goes, right, and you see him pulling back. Right, well, he doesn't need to be here for this. I'll take him inside.
Need to say a prayer for the ones that we're putting in.
Yeah, come on, priest, say a prayer.
Oh, why?
Priest, and that's what you do.
Might help you with on the light. Back
Yeah.
to
Shalia's
Shalia.
light is not upon me. She's not listening.
Clearly, she's not going to listen with that attitude.
She's been talking about, when I casually rape on a Wednesday. But hey. I won't have that sort of lip from you, priest of Shalia.
Rambling, I'm trying to bring the man back to the light.
Okay.
With a
Let's
stick.
just focus on.
May Shalia show mercy upon these fallen souls.
That's a start.
Is that good enough for you?
It's good enough.
That's good enough for us.
Walks up. As they turn away, you hear the unmistakable noise of a large piece of timber hitting the floor from the front of the tavern. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Noise.
Is it the gate?
Well, you're on the back. It's definitely coming from the gate.
I'm thinking it's
Walk
the two.
around the gate.
I think it's the two. There's going to be the carriage like.
Well, that's the stables. The
Yeah.
coach is still very much in there.
Oh,
The
right,
horse is
okay.
still there.
So-
Oh, well,
We're not
Of course,
Okay.
you've got two bodies in the stables as well, like, in the...
no, I said I'd take all the bodies.
Oh, you drag those out?
Yeah, I said I'd take all the bodies, burn all the bodies. But I'll go out and check.
Right, you look to the front, the gate, the door's
Yeah.
wide open.
Again!
You step out, you get to see two guys, heading north.
Close the gate.
Close
Running
the
off up the
door,
road.
yeah.
You're like, in the gloom, you're like,
It's
I
pitch
think that's
black.
the coachman.
Yeah. I think they're going to get eaten by something out there.
Lock it.
But they were definitely going to get eaten by something in here from their mind.
Yeah.
Close the gate again.
Right. You, is it flashing? Still picking you up.
Yeah, it's on its way out. Tell me, folks.
Like the morale of this game.
Yeah.
It's on its way out.
Yeah.
Floor turned dark.
We're all lovely guys.
No, he's not. I, on the other hand, am
The worst.
just working out some.
Buffy knew the truth. Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
You go and ask somebody a question, you beat them to the shit.
You put the... Yeah,
Put it the wrong way around. Put it the wrong way around. You had one
Which is
job.
why you're given the hammer.
Yeah, it's on.
yeah, perfect.
Right,
Right.
okay, let's drag this thing, this demon corpse.
Yeah, well, it's gone fairly quiet, but as you get closer to the flame, it starts gurgling. There's a high-pitched sort of like... and it is literally physically incapable of doing anything as you drag its the remains towards the fire.
So does this thing feel pain?
Oh, he will.
Well, we're going to find out.
Good.
Head first.
Get it in there.
There's very little of its head left. It was attached by a little bit of skin, where the spine was, but there's still bits of it throughout the entire tavern.
Roll it up.
You throw it into the fire.
I'm thinking Constantine, when the demon gets in, it's just left after it gets hit with the flame. There's just bits of, just an eye there.
Blinking.
Yeah, just like, get in there.
The fire consumes the meat and bone and the clothing ferociously.
Look, that bellows.
And you can hear it, the gurgling, screeching comes to a sudden and very sudden, silent.
And that's from
Stop.
Tal. Tal says, fuck you.
Like a scene from 300 is running from the fire.
Are you watching me?
You watch, obviously everything break down into its smaller parts. The meat and clothing burns away, leaving the what's left of the bone structure until eventually that starts to blacken.
Want some soup?
And then using whatever tools you sort of crush the bone down, because the heat is capable of.
Yeah, it's a pretty good furnace. And is there a sense of the spirit still there?
Um,
Is this going to be the haunted forge? Oh, bugger. We can't get it out of there now. It's in there permanently.
it's definitely a malign, very malignant presence.
Yeah, for some reason, everyone that gets shoot in this area, like, horse breaks its leg.
And that's where Cohen got his horse.
Bugger.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile, Charles like, oh, come on.
you don't burn them.
It just makes it worse.
Now we can go anywhere.
It's the haunted tavern, the haunted
Yeah, no,
smithy.
you are very much aware of its presence is still there.
Still there. It's still connected.
Yep.
To what?
The ash, perhaps. whatever presence, there is something here. I mean, bear in mind that you never had it sort of go, it's there,
Yeah.
right? You're just aware it's still here.
What the? Is it a thing? Is it?
Well, the next thing we're going to do is put the rest of the bodies on. Let's get those on. Let's get rid of this evidence.
Yeah.
Right, you're burning all that. So basically, as you move around, you realise that apart from the sergeant and the priest, the priest and the two armed, these two guardians, everyone is either dead or gone. You can't find the landlord. You can't find the stable hand.
I'd imagine.
Everyone is on that toast.
I imagine that's probably
Or they've found a hole that they're hiding in.
Yeah, no,
Either way.
hoping not to notice.
And you are literally, as dawn approaches, the bodies have all been burnt away. The priest is sleeping. Marcus is sitting at the door, making sure. And you know there's no way in and out easily, anyway. And basically, the other guardian is asleep. He's the sleep of the terrorised folk. And there is literally just you three left. Everybody is burnt away, but you are, the crown is still there, but you are aware of the that feeling that the creature is still here.
The entity's still in that furnace somewhere.
Furnace, it's here. You're just aware of it. It's around you.
Right. Okay. I'm going to go back to that crown, and I'm going to use. I need to find one of the staves. I want to pick it up with my hands, and I'm going to lift it up.
Stoke the fire again.
Stoke the fire again. Let's see if this thing can break this thing. Something's not right here. So let's go back to the furnace. Get it
Blame
hot.
on.
Get it really hot.
What?
Sitting there with balls.
What?
Really hungry? You throw it in, and the fire builds up. You build up the heat. Close the grate on it. Really stoke it. You look at nothing.
Nothing.
It doesn't glow hot. It doesn't seem to be. You can see literally the air is warped by the sheer heat around it. There's nothing happening at all. It doesn't crack. There's no effect on it.
All right.
whatsoever.
Take it out with a big pair of tongs.
At this point.
Yeah, this tongue. And then obviously there'll be a big bucket of water for quenching this.
Yeah.
Stick it in that and see if from hot to cold. Bang.
Shh.
So where's the water gone?
Okay. And it's still
carry
the
us
essence
that
of
one.
evil as well.
Yeah. Not weakened in the slightest. In fact, if anything, maybe a bit stronger.
Oh, you just together. Nice one from them. Your horse is going. No.
What happens if you have a truly evil horse?
And then that's where. Oh, good.
Oh,
It means rush out and crushes the mountain.
That's what strong horse.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm gonna once it's cooled down, obviously put it and quenched it. Leave it in there 5 minutes. Whatever. Ice cold water. I'm gonna put my hand. It's surrounding the bubble, and I'm gonna create my own hand, a bubble around my own hand, and see if, as I'm putting my hand towards it, whether I can sense that. Basically, is this?
If untouched, will it fuck you?
Yeah, I'm like black eyes, and then that was the end of the.
And then Ivrig became a bitch.
Yeah, everyone died.
What are you going to do? I am like you, but I'm better. This is not what it's supposed to be. No,
The world goes.
as dawn literally arrives, over the
painting
over
on
the Nordland Prince, with a thick black cloud of burning bodies coming from the forge.
white paint.
The sun shines down upon the land around you. You are 100% confident that it is specifically targeting when worn. If worn, it will do what it did.
Do what it
but
did.
it can be held.
Right. Okay. Well, this needs to.
It doesn't even give off an influence. It's not exactly a nice looking crown.
No, it's not like. Oh, it's snazzy.
Brutal. So you're not looking and going, I really want to put that on. There's nothing. You look at it and go, it's a fucking ugly looking crown. The gem might be worth something. You have no feelings towards it whatsoever. If it wasn't for the fact that you'd actually witnessed what's done when it's put on, when it's worn, then it just looks like a real, but ugly crown. The gem itself, of course, to be it is an ancient gem. It could be anything. The gem itself would need to be studied, likely by the or amongst them. Where you can go to their.
I know what I brought in. Fuck off with that.
Take it to the high.
It's called nuclear waste.
The gem is powerful. It's old. The stone itself isn't old, but there's something about it. But the dwarf runes, there's one particular one like at the front that is of incredible power, but it's somehow been corrupted by the overall thing.
So in my study with the dwarfs all those years ago,
Never seen this rune.
Never seen this rune.
Never.
And is there anything else on there that tells us its story or what do you think?
So the other runes that are around it are very powerful runes. You know that a lot of these runes were created by Alaric.
Oh, right, okay. Is this a fire dwarf thing?
No, not that you've from your learnings. It has, the runes have a certain.
This potentially could be, though, if it's Alaric, it could be this is a corrupted something that he had something to do with, and then this gem's been used to corrupt.
Possible.
I'm going to stick in my saddlebag, anyways.
Put it this way: only the rune at the front is actually imbued with power.
Mm.
All the other runes are powerless. There's no power put into them. Alaric's work is normally heavily runed. He puts magic in. That they put in there that rune crafting abilities. He is a rune lord, or was. But in this case, you don't recognise the runes. So they are definitely runes of power, but they have none. The one at the front, however, is incredibly powerful.
Right. Pure corruption.
It
seems to be.
The effect is anyway.
Right. Okay, well, I'm going to just put this in the saddlebag. Out of the way.
10 feet either side.
We're going to have to... So, it's dawn coming up. So the road will start opening up again and people will start coming back. My sense is that this main sort of thoroughfare will soon be occupied during the daylight. The main living area looks like an abattoir.
How do you spell free? For sale. Free in for sale on the gates.
I think what we should do is get out of here as quickly as we can. Now that the light's arriving.
We're already settled.
You already fell down. I think probably we just do it once round the place to make sure that the owner and any of those that have already gone. No one's hiding, so we can talk to them.
Well, you can. You can't sense them anywhere.
Right,
you can't sense any disturbances. Apart from when you put the bubble around the crown, the Humard return.
Come back,
happily, and they don't come back with any
sense
potential life.
Okay, well, so going to see Marcus and Oswald and say, it's a heavy burden you're about to take on, Marcus. Looking for this young man, looking after him. You will need constant care and attention. He will not want to perform the duties of a priest of Shalia anymore. That's going to take many years. Are you certain this is a burden you wish to take?
I think I owe him as much.
Well, as long as you understand that you will have to forever be in a constant watch to look out for his good graces, to be his stalwart and his compass, his moral light, his guidance. Every time that you don't give up to that, he will fall into his worst. But over a period of time, probably years, his old self may start coming back. Are you prepared for that?
We shall head north. We shall leave the Empire. We will try and find a place.
We'll head far north! No.
That's too far.
Don't go there! Oh, bugger.
Yeah, the guy came back looking for a really nasty horse. I will guide him. We shall find some place that he can do no harm, and hopefully over time Shalia will show the mercy that she is known for.
There was no one else left, was there? Falk.
The other young guardian.
Oh, right. Is he still around?
Yeah. He's sitting there quietly hoping that nobody notices him by the looks of it. He's the one that survived the village. He didn't catch it. He just survived his village dying to the point.
Right,
where
okay, he
they
didn't have the
actually
marks.
caught it.
Didn't get the marks on him.
Yeah.
Carrier.
He's just a vector.
Good luck, Falk.
You probably want to take this young man with him. I would suggest, that for your own safety, you make no mention of this whatsoever to anyone.
No, there's not. I don't think there's any reason that this would ever come up in conversation.
I don't think that anyone would believe what went on here, and I don't think they would look on you in a kind light. And unfortunately, if you were, I think probably what would happen is you'd end up decorating a tree around here pretty quick. So I would suggest you fast, road, and disappear.
Well, we've got plenty of horses, so
Don't spare them.
Yeah, and yeah. Well, it's a dark road that you're travelling, and although you may have thoughts and feelings that we're not nice people, which these two aren't.
you see that, and your eyes go.
Like,
Fatal!
but know that we do Tal's work. You've seen what it is that we fight. Sometimes people get caught in the crossfire, and this was unfortunate. But that doesn't mean that you need to worry about us. No concern of you.
I want to kill back.
Mostly. Raping wasn't.
Who's looking at?
He's looking at.
No, because he was glancing over there because I said I want to kill bad people. I thought he was insinuating that.
I'm not a bad person. I'm not like them.
No, like, I
I've
thought he was
already
looking
told
at.
Yeah, you
You psychotically. Shit, he's bad. No, I wasn't saying anything. You insinuating he's bad, like.
You think we're bad? You think we are bad people?
slightly touched.
Yeah.
Killing comes easy to you. I found people like you. When killing comes that easy, they're very, very closely. They're only one step away from those that they declare enemy.
I don't know.
I will watch out for this priest, but who will watch out for you? Who will stop you when the killing comes upon you?
Reasons.
Kill for pleasure, son. I've seen it before.
It's a reason.
Same here.
Walk past and just.
I'm not like them.
I'm not like that.
Set up the institute.
Give for money.
That's not a good reason.
Good reason.
Well, we'll just leave it at that.
It's nice meeting you, though.
Yeah. Michelle, I bless you and will guide you on.
Tal will follow you and guide his in.
Tal
What?
will follow you.
Sal is back.
And he has one of his no. Just remember that he has plans for all of us. He has plans for you, and he seeks forever in the eternal fight against the darkness that you've seen. No one never lives in that forge. Never use that forge. I sense bad luck in this area. Never come through here again. In fact, forget who we are, forget who you are, and just go off somewhere and look after that young man.
We don't exist.
I never met you. You've got plenty of food, you know, in Tavernsworth, in Innsworth, and fresh, hay for the horses. As they turn their 3 horses north, you head south. An hour later, you paused, you stopped on the side of the road, and you see a wagon on its side. Its horses have been slaughtered. You can see a man, woman, 2 children hanging from a long arm of a tree. Their bodies are burnt. You see their belongings have been strewn around, and there's nothing of value left. Just a mere few hours south of your location. You estimate the horses obviously haven't been burnt, but they were killed sometime yesterday. The
road wardens come up from the south.
The trails around them, you're fairly confident this was that particular road warden patrol.
Tal has avenged
you. Yeah. Look, obviously the signs of all death, but not stopping. Just pressing, isn't it?
The main thing is that you definitely brought them justice. Whether they'd prefer life.
Yeah, well, probably.
But this is the next best thing. The journey south, I'm going to be fast one because I heard somebody's alarm going off there, but I need to be at a point. You continue south, you end up at Grimmenhagen with at the temple several days later.
Oh, yes. Everick.
Yep.
Do we meet the long shots?
Yeah,
The wardens?
they were going to escort us.
So, yeah, they escort you down the road. You get to the temple itself, you spend the night there. The next day, you travel towards the river. Is there anything that you wanted to speak to Everick about very quickly? You would have spent the night in there the next, the morning, and then travelling with him.
God, I've forgotten exactly what we were. There was something we were talking to Everig. Everig's at whereabouts roughly from where's the river? Because they were going to take us to the.
So basically, you would be. You see where that river crosses?
Yeah.
All right. So you'd be roughly around about there.
Right.
Then
Well,
you'd meet the river.
with Everig, I'll just warn him that we've seen dark entities walking the land.
Bear in mind that you could potentially talk to this guy clearly, openly, if you want. You know, use a
Yeah. That's what I mean.
use
Yeah,
an
no,
explorer, use a
like,
monster.
and just say that it's basically demon kind, infected by corruption, effectively something similar to a beast kin, but not but in human form, ancient, old, and they walk amongst us and explain what went on with the priest and how it corrupted, and just say that be aware that there will no doubt be others that are being corrupted, and there may be others out there doing the corruption. Advises the rangers to be aware that when they're out in the fields, you know, that just be ultra aware that it's out here as well. Whether it's linked to the plague, I don't know at this stage, but we're going to try and find out. And
Are you leaving the crown with him?
I'm going to ask that if you could to send messages to the elves or the Alfar.
Yeah, no.
You know.
Alfar is like their racial name.
All
You know,
right.
just as humans, you know, we're all Alfar, but they've got conclave names.
All right.
So that you now are your friends in the North.
And tell them that send messages to say that we've there's an artifact of basically of darkness. We'd like to send it to their study, see whether, but warn them. You know, like this is pure evil.
So you're going to leave it with their rangers to have it taken north?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So yeah, he'll dispatch some of his rangers to take the crown north.
And explain what it's about.
Yeah. Whatever you do, just don't put it on.
Yeah, don't go. Hey, what does this look like?
Your turn. Evil.
Yeah. All of a sudden, Northland.
How did evil spread? for jokes?
Don't know. I'm there to protect you. I just don't understand.
You yeah, okay, fair enough. So the crown's taken away. You get up onto the river. You travel south from down the river itself until you get to Schoppendorf. And the evening there, cross the river. The next day, and you.
I wonder if you use that crown on in the Longshank. Going south.
Don't know we've known.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing, you just don't know.
They don't give off a.
Not like they're corrupted. They're just
No,
the worst that they could
just-
be.
Polar opposite of what they used to be.
Yeah, but if you didn't know what they. So, as I understand it, it's not that they've turned into chaos mutants, corrupted spawn of Sinch, whatever you want to call it. They've just become the worst human that they potentially could have been. The most base, the most given to their more basic nature with no. They've become. They haven't.
Like us.
No, because you have control. They don't. You understand the reason why. You're doing it for a higher purpose. They're not. They've become amoral. But their morals will tend towards a more base nature. So anything, they'll always go to the dark end. They'll always go to the wrong end of the trench. But it doesn't mean that they automatically will at all times seek that out. But they're not intrinsically corrupted. It's just obviously if you've got an entire populace that are all giving it that, yeah, it's going to go a bit Sodom and Gomorrah a bit quick. But then, hey, we've got an emperor currently on the throne that seems to have already embraced that, and that therein lies a tale, because he doesn't seem to care about what's going on, and that's the sort of lack of empathy that you would. Well, where did it come from? How did it arise? We've already seen that servants of those northern powers are amongst the land spreading this.
It's like in how they. Well,
From
we've been
your
allowed.
point of view, Fia was gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't seemingly emotionally connected when he potentially, openly was going to kill him or threaten him. There was no fear there. It may just be a chrysalis type period, but it seemed that he was devoid of that side of things. He wasn't fearing for his life. He wasn't scared or put out by what he'd seen around him. If anything, he became nonchalant about his own faith that he's obviously been dedicated to, which is like, what's the point? He's not even listening. Why should I put a prayer out? And you were like, we'll do it. Okay. If it lets you sleep at night.
Makes you feel better.
So he gave the most the most base prayer that he could possibly have done. But there was lack of compassion. There was a definite coldness to the eyes. That wasn't there the night before.
But no different to any other stranger that you may bump into and go, well, he's a bit of a dick. On first blush, but it's not sort of like, ooh, it's not like eyes roll up black and it's like, as he produces bat wings and starts fluttering around.
Is it the first time we've come across that type of person, or to that extreme?
You haven't really got a point of reference. The only reason that this guy looked, or the only reason this guy was obviously different, is because you'd spent hours with this young, big-hearted kid. This priest that wanted to show, wanted to save people. If you hadn't met him that night, and that was the first time you came across him, he wouldn't have stood out as something wrong with him. He wasn't sitting there going, I think we should do horrible things to their bodies, eh? He wasn't. He was just like, you've just been a guy that's like, you all right? Yeah, fine, yeah.
Yeah, he's jaded.
So we would have interacted with him anyway.
Yeah, well, just Iceman, complete, like, have no empathy, no whatever. But that could have. I'm sure we've met many people like that have been on that spectrum.
Yeah. I only want to throw him in the fires because that thing up there is not. It's not the priest anymore. Honestly, test.
Burn it.
Throw the monster in the fire. Which one?
Yeah.
No, but I mean, if Marcus wants to dedicate himself, we have to give everyone a chance. He's not gone. If I thought he was gone, then he'd be gone.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, this is the questionable side of it, is he wasn't, even those that are corrupted by, against their will by the void creatures are different. They are, they are servants of something and they will not be redeemed. This is just a guy that's just lost his goodness.
Mm-hmm. And there's many of them out there, and they didn't need to get touched by a crown to do that. They were just circumstance has forced them that way.
Yeah.
Over a lifetime of just, life being shit can probably drive you that way as well. Just this happened overnight. Well, in an instant.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean it can't be changed by a life of, seeing the good side of things being shown to him. Maybe he'll come around. Maybe he won't be. That's humanity. There's a spectrum. Can't go around killing everyone we don't like.
Yeah, even if he gets
Right.
part way back.
Right.
Even if he gets part way back, he's still going to be better.
He's still...
He hasn't been... It hasn't been a lifetime jaded. That's the difference. It was, some kind of ritual, magical, the effect of the stone or whatever has caused him to go to this route. His original natural inclinations, because he's come through whatever early life and he's found compassion to be the driving force of his life. Nothing to say that it can't reassert to a certain degree, and he would still be better than 90% of the survivors of the plague.
That's right.
Because you can imagine that the survivors of the plague who've lost everything are probably not going to be all great.
Hey, great. Thanks, Shalia. I bet it's Talia that did it.
Talia the darkest, the dark goddess.
The dark goddess,
I think it'll be Folk. Folk did.
Okay, so, because I do need to get to a point. You leave the temple, you get to the River Taub, it takes you about 3 hours journey. There's no really any information. You've got the crown going north. 30 hours later, it gets you at Schoppendorf. The next day, you cross the River Talabek to Volgen, the town. Then you travel through Kortheim, stop off at Gutto. Following day, you travel on to Fornam Ur.
Mm.
As you've now been to Fornam Ur, you break away quite early on in the daytime from the massive forest that used to be around you. You remember it as the Great Forest. It's been a while since you've been in this location, but you can see that the unnatural deforestation of the place has extended further. You're only in the forest a couple of hours, and then you start seeing that the trees become withered and die out, and you come across this huge plain in the middle of where this used to be a deep, vibrant forest. And you now, because you know of it, is now known as the Barren Hills. Nothing grows here. It is thin dirt, nothing seems, no seed-wise, but you remember it being deep, thick. You spend the rest of the day travelling in a southeastern direction until eventually you come across, as you're coming through these foothills, you see ahead of you a ruined tower. Even from the distance, it looks identical, except it's in a ruined state, but it looks identical as the Tower of Tal in Nordland. It's got a big curtain wall around it, though. It's definitely more fortified, but it is ultimately the same look. However, you can see it's collapsed. Most of the top stories collapsed at an angle. A lot of the crenellated story is missing. The walls don't seem to be damaged, but the gate is open as you approach the rise up. You remember this as being different, and you know that the tower itself sits upon the main, well, it used to be the main tent. Something, however, is different. As you approach, and it's still good enough light, you can see the tower's definitely collapsed. You know that dwarf workmanship doesn't collapse of age at this stage. You know, it would still be standing. Something's happened. Something has caused it to collapse. You can see that the main curtain wall, the door, the massive gates have been left open, but you can see that there is quite a large amount of carrion birds in the area. They take to flight your distant sounds of hoofbeats and the tail of the sound. You can smell rot. You can smell a mix of rotting meat, but you also smell the green skin.
Oh, right, okay.
However, before you get too far up, you also note down the side. So imagine this tower sits on the only natural outcropping for the area. You come up one side, you see something that you've never seen before. You see a ragged hole in the side of the main hill. So it's out, basically outside of the curtain wall.
Mm-hmm.
You can see this deep, ragged hole.
Like it's been mined.
So collapsed. There's a hole.
All right, okay.
And you can see from there a very large bonfire. You can see corpses all around that area, and you can see green skin. And then at the centre, though you can't quite see, it looks like the body of a heavily built child, perhaps, has been pinned in a cross position near the fire.
There's still greenskins there, or there's. All right, okay. Does it look like this is a hole that's been used to undermine the wall? Like it's been, mined in, and then you set fire and it brings down a curtain wall?
The hole is not near enough the wall to have had that effect.
All right, okay.
But you can see that the fire on the outside is very similar to when a greenskin creates a camp.
Oh, so it's not like so it's just a fire, like there's cooking fires in the middle, or like a bonfire. Yeah, yeah. And there was no sign of any life down there. There's no sign of.
You're looking down, you can see the carrion birds are pecking away at them. You can see that there was hundreds of goblin corpses, not orcs, goblins, definitely goblin tribe by the looks of it. You can see that war banners are still sitting there, but you can see that literally as if some great slaughter has happened.
Any sign of anything that isn't a goblin?
One, from this distance you can't see, one doesn't look like a goblin. It's a small stature, and it's upside down by the looks of it, and is at a cross. Has been pinned to a cross near the fire.
That the heavy looking thing.
This, but let's be aware that I don't know what caused this. How far away from the tower is this?
So if you from the main physical tower, it's probably about 300 feet.
Oh, right, so it's pretty damn close.
Yeah. Just outside the curtain wall, but not enough that what you were, from a siege point of view, that doesn't look right.
Right, okay.
But there is a ton
and
of that.
And the doors are wide open.
Absolutely.
And there's no sign of anything.
No. You can see there is just this dark cloud of smoke rises from it.
Right. So I'm going to send out. I'm going to speak to the spirits of air and whatever, and just see if there's anything in the area. Is anything alive?
So you're aware that the Homod are outside, they're all around, but inside the tower they are specifically. You can see that near the main tower, near the main door, the Homod are in fear, and you can see these bloated, corrupted spirits, like flopping around on the floor.
Similar to what I saw when.
Yeah, but much more heavily so.
Right.
And that's up in the tower. Nothing.
Okay.
It's a separate thing.
Right, that's not good.
So you imagine there's the tower.
Yeah.
Curtain wall.
Mm-hmm.
Very much like the tower of the Tal in Nordland. The hole's here. Yeah.
There's a hole
and
like.
You've got up here, and this is where this tower, where it's the top part of it's collapsed inwards. The door's open at the gate. You can see even from here the door to the tower's open, and the spirits all around here are grotesque, bloated, corrupted versions of themselves.
So when I saw that interacting with the Semathai, they died on contact.
Yes.
They didn't get corrupted; they just died.
Yeah.
But these have been corrupted as opposed to.
The top of the hill is under this.
Let's go and have a look at the hole first. Let's not walk into that.
Yep.
I'm sensing not good things in there, so let's have a look at this campfire and whatever. Let's.
The hole looked like you said it was ragged. Outwards or like it's been tunneled inwards? if we can see
From
at that
your
distance.
point of view, it looks like it's
Like, is there a lot of dirt on the outside suggesting it was being dug in, or is there just a bit of dirt on the outside suggesting it's come out?
actually, it looks like it's collapsed. The hole has been revealed by the collapsing of the outer fortification, not the wall, but the hill, as if the hill itself seems to have slid. You can see like above it where the dirt is, and there's roots sticking out, as if there's been a landslide that's uncovered this hole.
Is this possibly just a sally point, or like most? Did this ever have a point where you could escape? Like is there a tunnel?
Not that you're aware of.
So it's not like it's something's collapsed and exposed, like workings.
But that's what it looks
Stuck
like. From this distance, you'd have to get closer to see other.
Let's go and have a look at this hole. I don't want to go to the tower straight away.
Okay, you ride up to the hole. You don't have to get too close before you realise that the upside down corpse is a dwarf.
Right.
The dwarf has had a very painful ending. Digits have been removed, eyelids have been cut off, he's been flayed. He's eventually died of his wounds, as well as, you can see that he's wasted away, sort of thing. From your studies of decomposing, it's been a couple of weeks.
Right.
And the goblins are roughly around the same as far as decomposing. However, all the goblins have been slaughtered with bladed weapons, and they look like they've attacked each other. It doesn't look like the dwarves have attacked them, it doesn't look like they've attacked dwarves. There's a single dwarf, he's upside down, he met a horrible slow end, and the goblins around look like they fell upon each other in a mass slaughter. And the goblin corpses continue on into the hole.
Looking around at the footprints.
Yep.
Stands up.
Massive goblin footprints. There's obviously a fight here. They fell upon each other. You cannot see if there was anything else here that's been trampled all over by the goblin feet. But some of the corpses are literally locked in death, where they've killed each other. There's clearly they attacked each other. They don't seemingly have injuries other than what they've created on themselves.
Yeah, and there's no sign of
Anything else visible now.
other than goblins barring that one dwarf.
The hole, on closer inspection, well, not too much, as you approach its entrance, you can see a couple of things. One, it's not very high. And you can see that ancient, in the sense of centuries of timber, very dwarfman-like. It's a dwarf shaft.
It's an old mine of some sort.
Not as old as the
tower.
Definitely not as old as the tower, but it's definitely dwarfman shape and size, width and build. And it is purely something caused a landslide that unearthed it.
Right,
But
so
it's been,
okay, yeah, so it is. So will it not be a sally point? It's actually something that's been exposed as opposed to.
yes. Now, potentially, it could be as old as the tower, but it wasn't here before.
No, well, wasn't there when I was there.
Yeah. And that wasn't something, that was not, you can see that it's but it is definitely dwarf. Look.
On the dwarf corpse, is there any markings to suggest where he's from?
No, he's completely stripped naked, and most of his extremities have been butchered off. Most of his skin, he was tortured over a long period of time.
Right.
And it's hard also to see what else was done because he's been fed on by the birds. Unlike the goblins, this is clearly, and you've worked with goblins, worked with them, but you've hunted goblins. They might torture somebody for fun, but they'd eat him. They clearly weren't. They were trying to get something out of him. This was torture for the sake of information, by the looks of it.
I reckon we go in the hole rather than going up that main tower.
Around.
Because there's obviously darkness up that hill, in the hill, similar to what we've just encountered on the road back at the Nordland Prince. Possibly the similar thing, which may be that thing that's been through here, and that's what we've dealt with already. Or there may be another one up there. Let's not walk straight in through an open door into it, because that'll be a bit obvious. Let's see if we can. Let's see if this tunnel, this shaft, is connected to the tower anyway, briefly, and then if not, we'll head off.
Yeah. So
I mean, is it a dwarf height? Does it need to be like we're going to be bent double,
So they don't do, because obviously dwarves can alter in height as well. So you're not going to be. You'd probably be sort of walking like this. You don't have to crouch down. But
Is it an earthen floor or is it flagged or?
It's a earthen floor. The timbers are blackened with age, but are purely designed to support the mine.
And is there any
The mining.
goblins inside this?
Yes.
shaft?
The bodies continue on into the hole.
Are we in the area of the necromancer?
No.
Yeah, I've got my shield off the hole.
I've got off my horse. I don't think we're taking that down.
I think you're taking my shield off the horse.
Yeah.
Shield.
Let's head into that hole.
You, as you head down the floor, the tunnel of the floor is thick with the rotting corpses of goblins. The walls are stained with their blood. Then you note the odd body of a dwarf. Pulling the corpses of monks away from you, see that the dwarves have been dead longer than the goblins.
All right, okay.
Until eventually the dwarf dead are as numerous as the goblins.
And how are the dwarfs locked together and fighting each other?
Yes.
So they've attacked each other.
Yes, absolutely.
Very much linked with nastiness up on the hill.
Eventually, the tunnel, deep within the hill, you estimate it to be below the tunnel, below the tower.
Yeah.
You find a rough, not a rough, sorry, you find a doorway. It's the portal, this door of solid stone is across it. You read the 3 runes carved into it, which is warding, warning, and curse. The dwarven runes of warning, all 3 runes. However, you see Kazlid has been carved beneath it. You translate it. As you're standing, looking at the sort of thing. You can see, by the way, another thing is that the door itself is partially open enough for you to pass by, and you can see that one of the runes has a crack through it.
I've been here before. You walk through like, oh, we're in a black plane, and there's something coming towards us.
The carving upon the door says, "Do not pass beyond. Here lies the Foliv of Alaric, rune master of Karazakarak. The nemesis crown made of warpstone, where I would be king instead. Where I would make a king instead, I would make a tyrant."
Yeah, well, we know what that is, and it's heading towards the elves. Don't put it on your head, for God's sake.
The stone door has obviously been opened, but not by the goblins by appearance. You see dwarven tools litter the floor amongst both dwarven and goblin dead. Like I say, the dwarves have definitely been dead longer than the goblins.
Right.
Goblin kind. But you can move past the warding stone.
Well, yeah, I think
Yep.
we're already aware what the crown is. Currently on its way north.
So is the tyrant.
You step.
Tyrant's not on its way north.
So it's
Well, possibly
Nemesis
not.
right. So
I got
basically,
burnt.
do not pass beyond. Here lies the folly of Alaric, rune master of Karazakarak. The nemesis crown made of warpstone. Where I would make a king instead, I would make a tyrant.
So basically, if you crown someone with this, we all know it makes you the darkest that you can be.
Moving past the warding stone, you descend further until you reach a low square room with a pedestal. There is no sign of any. At a certain point, you realise that the bodies have stopped. There was a lot of killing going on beyond, but
And
at this stage,
run out.
you move beyond them. There is a heavy at the end of the room, and this is a clearly solid room with an ending.
Mm-hmm.
There is a boss of shoulders and a head standing on this plinth.
Boss of shoulder.
Like the shoulder
Oh
and
yeah,
the head.
yeah.
A body and torso.
Right.
However, you note that around the neck there was a heavy chain of brass with a stone of pure black, and its outer edges of the stone, so it's dark black stone, but its outer edges are of a blood red in colour.
This is a carving we're talking about.
No, this is a chain with a big dark black ruby gem in the centre has been put over this shoulders.
Right.
Looking at it, you basically go, I think that the crown would be on the head.
Right.
But the crown's obviously not there. What's been placed around it is this brass chain with this stone. You recognise the stone. You recognise the Anveld.
I don't recognise the name though.
The stone that was gifted to Ivrig, the soul gem.
Oh, right.
It has Godfrey's
Yeah,
soul in it. It has the prince, the elven
Yeah,
prince's
yeah,
soul in it. It's a soul stealer. It powers. This was the thing that would have given Ivrig power over everything. You know, it would have increased. It's here and it's on the plinth.
the hell? And it would have, and possibly that crown was on there as well. Why take the crown and not take?
Based on what you're looking around, it has not. The chain, the necklace, it has not been here that long. There would be a certain dust. You can see where the crown sat on this plinth and was removed. This hasn't been there. This has probably been here no more than 3-4 days.
Oh, right, okay. So not
Bear in mind, even the elements are coming down to you know.
not in the same timeline for that thing to get up to where we were.
Yes.
It is in the same timeline.
Did ride the horses.
Yeah. But why would he leave this here? And
Clearly looks like the crown was taken from here, but the chain was left.
And the chain hasn't been here for as long as the dwarfs have been here. Like in terms of the dust that's on the corpses of the dwarfs.
Several days at most.
How roughly far are we on underneath?
Directly under its centre.
And this is obviously in this chamber. This is why the Hmuod are. They're all corrupt around here.
No.
No. So this is not the source of the corruption.
It's definitely had an impact without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, there's no Hmuod anywhere near this area, and those that are bloated and corrupted. But you can't identify if there's anything above doing something more.
I can't understand why anything that's involved with this chain would just leave it casually here, even if they were.
It was around Ivrig's neck last time you saw it. It was the source of his power.
Yes, I mean, I don't know why it would be just abandoned, even if you've got a crown. The crown's just to create evil. The crown just creates evil. There's plenty of evil in the world. It can create itself, but this necklace is like a nuclear bloody generator. You know, it's like, why would you give that up? Why would you just leave that here
Unless he
unprotected?
didn't leave it. I mean, well, he left it, but didn't take it with permission.
Is there any way? Is this an empty chamber? Like, is it a seat? Sorry, is this?
Oh, it is.
It's now completely sealed. Like, there's no other way out of here.
No,
other than the
definitely not. No. Yeah.
You know about the gem, the history.
You would know about it, Edith.
I know
You see.
that. Don't touch it.
Like, on.
Ooh, look at me.
Right, I'm gonna look for a.
pretty.
Have I got a bag? Something I can stick this thing in.
Absolutely.
Right, I'm gonna take it off and shove it into a bag. I'm not gonna put it around my neck.
And the elves.
You take it off. I said, why is it going on my neck?
Ooh, this just feels so good. And sure, I can rule a running power. Why not? So I'm gonna stuff this into the bag, and I'm gonna surround it with a bubble of power first before I
Yep.
touch this thing. And I'm gonna stick it in a bag.
Okay.
And then I'm just gonna hang the bag. I'm not gonna put like
Around my neck.
yeah. Then I put a bag around my neck and woo! The second darkness arrives. Yeah. Oh, I've changed my mind. Dad, you're a twat. I can be
Oh.
king.
You're at the rebellious stage, son.
You're in one of those teenage 1,000-year-old demi-mortals. Right, and just like tie that to my belt.
I mean, it is literally just a piece of jewellery. The
Yeah, yeah.
stone is quite
Well,
significant.
that's what I mean. I
But you
want
can just go, and just have it as a pouch. It's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
like a big heavy.
no. But I just
Yeah.
I'm taking pains to make sure it's not being around me. It's just in a bag that's off me.
Hear you.
I'll be fine.
That's what they all say.
Yeah, that's what we all say. And there's no way out of here now. Any inscriptions on here? Anything else that's going around? Any sign of any paper or anything carved in the walls? Or
No, the warding stone, the door was the thing that was protecting
and
the
any
surrounding from from
any
his folly, as it were. But it somehow got opened.
and any suggestion of how old this dwarf working is? This actual construction?
Several centuries. So the tower's around about 1,000 years old.
Yeah.
You'd estimate this to be around about 400 or 500 years.
I don't remember where he was at this stage, though. Yeah,
500 years ago now. So actually it wasn't. It was about 700 years ago that the towers were completed.
right.
So,
Yeah, because they weren't
took
there.
200 or 300 years to
Get
build
rid of
them.
them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I don't recall him being here. Like, what's he doing under my main tower?
Yeah. Exactly.
And what's he sticking this thing under my main? I'd had words with him if he wasn't already dead.
The bastard.
Yeah.
Yeah, you put the Nemesis crown underneath your.
Under my main stronghold?
Yeah.
He said, shouting to himself.
Curse you, Alaric, you tit!
Bloody idiot.
Probably
You
thought it
weren't
might
dead,
be
though.
more protected by then.
What, by putting a corrupting thing under my main seat of power? Thrown it at the sea. Demon whale. All that.
Demon whales!
yeah.
We got it! No, that's Irish, isn't it?
Yaki Da, I think. Right, well, let's go and have a look into the into our tower, our heart of our order. That black things are happening.
Okay. Oh, how then?
But let's do this a bit carefully because there's something up there. Yeah, something up there.
Yeah. I think you know what's in his own house,
I've been here.
his own buildings.
I've been here for a few hundred years. I'm really sure. I left this place. It was spick and span.
Just the odd corpse here and there.
Oh yeah. Happens. We'll have to make. There's only one entrance into the tower complex itself.
Yeah.
Right, guys, we're gonna have to go assuming the worst in there. Another one of these things.
Right.
We could scout it out and lay low, and just watch it for a day or two, till anything comes and goes.
Boring.
We could do that. Or we could just charge in.
Send the hammer in first.
You going in?
Okay, so you've got chainmail on. All your stuff. Are you walking in there with your warhammer?
Get some height. Elevation. Use the bow.
You pass through the main outer curtain wall into the main surrounding, heading towards the tower. This was an operating temple, but you can see that it is given over to misuse. There's no real sort of sense, or there's no visuals of combat or war, invasion, or a siege.
The doors are thrown open. They're not destroyed.
Yeah,
They've just been opened.
They're opened. Yeah, and they're not damaged. The crossbeam's there. The mechanism. There's no strain on the doors. They have literally been opened apparently without concern. The goblin dead do not come anywhere near this area. You get up to the main tower, and the tower door. Pretty much like this place, even though you've not physically been this one. You know this because it's identical to
It's
the
the
one
same
you've
pattern.
been.
Yeah.
You step through into the main area of the tower, the base level, as it were. You know that most of the tower is given over to various areas of study and reasons for the tower itself, leading up to the to the Master's tower at the top, where the Eternal Flame is. You know that section of it's gone, but you don't even get that far when you step through Warhammer Ready. You guys at some stage behind him. You can see the Ranger dead. The Longshank Rangers. They look to have died in a defensive pattern. You can see their quivers are spent, their swords broken, their bodies don't show any or exhibit any injuries, but they look like they've died where they've fallen. At the centre, you find the Master, the Grand Master, Berusad, and you can see that his body has been ruined, but you can't see any trail or any evidence of anyone getting past the Rangers.
Very much the same way that there was no mark on the sergeant that got his jaw ripped off, but he still died.
Yeah.
And for some reason his jaw just fell off.
Yes.
So I'm thinking it's that thing came through here. And where's the Humod? Are they? Is this?
The Humod are massively corrupted here. They are tortured. There's nothing you can do for them, but they're pity. Nothing but pity for their broken forms. It shows, or it appears to be, because you bear in mind that these towers have wardings on. The wardings are all split, they're broken and shredded. It shows that the creature that when its power, the more you see it is fed upon the use of the Humod, whereas you will ask and work with them, it uses them and it corrupts their body. And only something like that would have enough power to destroy the wards that are around it. You see that all of them seem to be defending a doorway, a portal, a downwards spiralling staircase. The stonework has been destroyed and fractured. That it leads to a very sacred place where someone of great importance was buried. But you can see that this doorway has been opened. They died defending it.
Go down.
Looking up at the tower, you can see that the top of the tower is completely destroyed.
Any idea what's done that?
You think its power, the creature's power.
Right, but what I mean, there's no like an shell or mangonel heap of.
Went up through the tower and shredded the top off, destroying the flame. Likely enough, you almost visualise that he stood here and he just sent his power up to destroy any connection that this place had with you, or not with you per se, but with your
with
church.
Because he didn't know.
Exactly. Thought you were dead.
He's dead now. He's forever doomed to inhabit a forge.
You
I'll get good work on this bloody thing. Oh, the shoes always come out crap.
I try and make it round, it comes up as a triangle. He's so frustrated.
Yeah.
Are you going down?
Yeah. I want a forge. Damn it!
You go down and you find yourself. You walk down these spiral staircase, torches bed, and you come across another doorway. You've been here before. You were here at its founding. The door is still sealed. The markings, the wardings haven't been broken. But coming this far, you depower them and open the door.
I was going to come this far. I want to see what's inside.
You step down into this is obviously a crypt, and it's a place given over to to mourn the dead, as it were. In the centre is a short but quite broad sarcophagus. At the base of the sarcophagus, at the end, are two humongous, aged yellow tusks to some creature that must have been truly gigantic. You were there at these tusks, and carved into them is in very old, like the human tongue. You can all read it, and it is, across these tusks an empire was born. On the actual sarcophagus, and this is dust covered, you see the motif of it carved in stone relief as that of a dwarf, and along the edge of the sarcophagus are two matching axes that have been put to one side, engraved in it. Though grim are these times, a friend to man and dwarf alike lies here.
And it's not been opened. We were the ones who opened it.
Yeah.
Right, so what the hell didn't it come down here? If it's defiled the entire tower, why did it...
Yeah, but definitely, you can see that the way that the doorway above was destroyed from outside. He's obviously used power to break them. But if he did come down here, he didn't pass this doorway.
And the wards...
The remains.
Yeah, I know who it is. But the wards on here were just the same as the wards on... Like, it got through one set of wards.
Older. Your wards. The dwarven ones are pure dwarven. They were dwarven powered rooms.
So
this is your wards.
So it may be that's what's the only thing that's kept them out.
Yeah.
Possibly. Huh? Still here then. He still hasn't been defiled. Well, that's good. Small, I think we should let him have his resting, and we should repower these.
So we would know what this is, right?
Not necessarily.
It's an ancient tomb.
I mean, you're looking at two ancient, truly ancient, fantastic looking battle axes. And you're looking at these tusks that must have been part of a monster that, there's nothing this big. These tusks are huge things, and they've been carved into them. That the birth of an empire, three kings and the birth of an empire carved into it. The whole thing is given over as a massive mark of respect and truly venerable. Clearly a dwarf lies here.
What are we looking at?
An old friend, a very, very old dear friend that helped me many, many, many years ago, and it looks like he continues to rest in peace here, which is what I will now suggest. I'm saying let's leave him rest in peace. We're going to repower these runes. The thing that we saw in the Nordland Prince didn't for some reason get through here, so we can leave him be and leave everything in here be as well. I'll repower these wards. Is there any? So nothing else is alive around here. There's no sense of anything else.
No, everything is devoid of life. It's like the East Bank when you were a week ago past.
Right.
Life will not return here. This is an antithesis of life. This is a black. There's a darkness upon the land here. Wasn't helped. Many years. Generations of who were here before.
Yeah.
Didn't exactly help. Made it nuclear in that sense. But the Nemesis crown has corrupted the land beyond recovery.
Don't send it to the elves. Oh. No. Yeah. Right. I'm gonna close. Let's close this door, and then let's recharge the runes.
Yes.
Let's repower them again. Well, we know what's caused it. We know where that thing that's caused it, where it's going to be studied by the elves.
You've also got an elf prince and a very old your mentor.
And then my old mentor is
trapped, as well as God knows what else he's done with that.
Yeah. So that needs to be looked at carefully.
This is, from your point of view, the enemy's greatest weapon, as far as you would have thought.
Why would it be left here though? Why that thing would just leave it? Of course, me. But then why would you leave it anyways? Even if you didn't know about me. I think what we need to do, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get back to the elves because I need to study what's in this bag and what we've sent to them in another bag.
Oh, you're just the best friend ever.
Fucking just keep on FedExing shit to us.
Fuck off. We're not Luthans.
What about this shit? Get it away!
Yeah. Oh, elf friend. Boom, 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 boom. And the elf land
slowly coming down from the elf friend.
That twat.
That's right, that keeps on setting up a nuclear waste.
Yeah, keeps on
Think
setting
of that. Poke it.
What is it? You've just sent us a bag of anthrax? Wasn't too sure. Many people died.
Here's one of your relatives.
Couldn't be said it
But
was
we did manage to cleanse it because we had no choices. It was going to kill everything.
Yeah.
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?
You know, when you need a bit of stress to, motivate you.
Want to keep you positive.
That's where we're going to head back to. I need to get back to here. Our temple is never going to be reconsecrated at this stage, unless I can work out some way of turning the crown backwards and turn it into He-Man's sort of power. I don't know, but something. Probably the sorceress.
Good.
Nuke it. It's solved.
Well, it's definitely the Barrowlands for eternity.
Yeah. Sorted that
We've
out.
also weakened the dimensions between the void and the mortal realm as well, accidentally. Yeah.
Who could have thought that?
Just thinking back, that creature who just goes 3 days earlier, just before he left, goes,
Victory.
Oh, where's Rich?
oh shit, it's alright, I'll be back.
I'll go.
There's nothing powerful enough to harm me.
I get that.
Nothing. Oh yeah, except the guy with an axe and a bad attitude who really has pent up aggression in history. Yeah.
Didn't get over it.
Hey boss,
Can I borrow your necklace?
where's that chain that makes you immune to all forms of attack? Look, there's an inn here. We'll just spend the night here.
Yeah.
We'll head back and get that. Glad you pointed that out. No worries, man. What's the worst that can happen? Right, lads, just fuck it. We'll blag it, alright?
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Be calm, otherwise I'll kill everybody. Don't call me buff,
Yeah. Oh shit!
If you get our hand, show them what you can do.
That's
Take
like
the table to the face.
He's like, I'm just gonna go off to bed.
Am I getting away with this? Am I getting away with this?
Dark gods.
Arse's twitching like a rabbit's nose.
And the next thing you know,
He's sort of out of his bed going, no! Because you did actually hear him go, no!
Hadn't finished my prayer.
Fuck.
this is
Back to the show Mercy, was it? Please, no!
I never heard that. I'm sure on a tape that wouldn't have heard that. I'm not like them.
That was the only time he stopped bashing his head in, was to pick up his corpse and scream at it and then to start hitting it again. I mean, its arms were snapped, there's bits of it hanging off.
Just wanted to stare at its eyes and tell its friends, I'm not like them.
Yeah, that's you've actually killed one of the Elak.
There's more of them out there. Well, I haven't killed him. He's haunting a forge. Okay.
So the 1115,
The Dark Forge of
Nordland Prince at the centre, the Dark Forge of Doom and Despair.
It never made any business ever out. It was fucked. It was a really good business. It couldn't but win, and yet for some reason, a series of landlords could only go bankrupt. Had hard times, misery.
They're the Hoppins always rains.
Yeah,
It's cursed.
it's cursed.
Yeah, you just sit there, baking hot summer. You want to stop there? Nope, just one cloud.
And every horse that gets shoed there throws its shoe, breaks legs. You know,
Just fights.
just causes a
Door
problem.
always opens in the middle of the night.
Just no one ever goes there. It just became a disaster. No one ever. Yeah.
I am real estate.
Why couldn't anyone make a living there? Don't know.
Was the fact is he's rode in there full of good intention. The next morning, as the sun rises, you go here. There's a black cloud of smoke from the dozen bodies that you've been burning all night. And it's literally derelict. Everyone's either dead or ran. You were the last 3 people there. Well, 6, because the other 3 went north.
It's now Oswald's main camp.
Yeah, it's just like, right, okay. Keep it low key. No one needs to know we're here. Kill everyone! Everything must die! Get the horses, kill them! Throw them on the fire as well.
So yes,
Feed the
started
stable.
it.
I was defending humanity. I'm not like them. Defending
I
humanity.
just like how 1,000 years of aggression came out in one brutal destruction of the enemy.
Thought about it. Thought the way see that Frownling was like, right, okay. The enemy knows I'm here. But taking the piss. I can't let that stand.
The thing is, Framling isn't Gandalf,
No.
right? He is literally, he's born of a turmoil, of a time of darkness. He hasn't been refined, you know.
No, he's not. Well, that's the way he dresses. He's just still old school. He's still like, this is how you deal with shit.
Exactly, yeah. Oh, the guy got the wrong side of it, so I put me war axe to his face. Why? Because it worked.
That's how you
But
do
you're
things.
a magic user.
Yeah.
Fucking die!
It's a lot easier.
You
Magic
chopped him to
enhanced
chopped him to bits.
Yeah, it's a lot easier. That's how the Seventh Eye operate in those days. It's like he still hasn't.
No, that's who you are. You know, you're born of a brutal time, and you haven't had anything changed that. You know.
I didn't spend 17 centuries in the Sun Court. Oh yes, with a load of elves. Oh yeah. It's like I'll just get my handkerchief. No, I didn't do that.
And then him, when the guy's like, "What are you going to do?" I can do that as well. What the hell?
Yeah.
Just stab one of the road warriors through the back of the neck.
Are you on our side? Wait a minute, what's going on? Is it?
And he stamped a guy to death with a table.
Yeah,
So
that's
if anybody was expecting a mix of Aragorn, Boromir, Gandalf, or
and some ninjutsu.
or maybe some kind of nice golden story of heroes versus bad guys. No, what we've got here is bad guys versus bad guys.
Those guys.
Yeah. On the grey scale, there's not much light here.
No.
You probably find if you just put the crown on it, like,
Yeah, absolutely not.
crown's like,
then it's
shit, I made it better.
battery's gone out.
Crown breaks.
Not working.
I feel really emotional.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Well, what was that crown called?
The Nemesis crown,
That doesn't sound good.
the folly of Alaric, where I would make a king, I would make a tyrant. So yes, so that is. Sorry to rush in the last part. I was aware that time had suddenly gone away with us, and I needed you to be heading back towards.
Yeah, sorry
what
about
you
that.
chose to do.
Yeah.
No, because there was I liked the character development. What we've got to remember is it's not just a matter of going ABC as fast as you can.
No.
We're supposed to be expanding the
Developing the
characters, and the
story,
personalities.
character. Yeah.
From a point of view, I think that you're the most centered of the group. He's
Pretty-
obviously...
Which is unusual for considering that that's not normally the character you play.
The first thing you ever did was, I don't speak its language. Behead. You know, and I think you are playing a borderline. No, you're definitely psychotic, aren't you?
Every role.
Every role.
Every role.
Every role.
As at school.
That wasn't like that.
But no, the whole purpose of that was obviously to it was, you know, you got to meet one of the Elak,
Yes.
and though the Elak are very powerful,
Ewoks.
they also, like most things, have a certain weakness.
Axes.
Axe to the face.
Yeah, that's a weakness.
And that's why the Elak, before them, the Senathai had the Vakhtari guards, because they're like, I am all powerful, but then when, you know, a tribe rises up and butchers you, it turns out that I'm not axe-proof or bow-proof, so they had the Vakhtari to fight the masses, because you might be sitting there going, rah, all it needs is one arrow through the lung and you're gone. And I liked how very quickly you went from, you know, the two Saruman and Gandalf type thing going, blah, 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 to butchering him.
Yeah, well, that's it. It's like I'm not letting this stand. And what would Framling do when confronted by one of his ancient enemies who wasn't one of the Soviet as well? So it's like, because he's like, I know you, and I'm like, I don't remember you at all. I really don't remember you at all.
I remember you.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, but I'm Joffrey. No, are you really? I don't know who you are. But it's the point. Like his position is like, ancient enemy turns up and he's going to say, "Oh, I'm going to tell Ivrig about you." No, you're not.
Especially when he walks in there like a fucking
Is it-
peacock.
You know.
Eric, guess
Well,
who I
this
found?
guy's been the most powerful thing he's come across. He knows he's stepping power, but he's obviously sees himself as, you know, he walked into a room and literally everyone's will that was subject to him, he neutralised it, physically manifested his will upon them. He left you alone, right? It was a challenge because he expected his two guys to have at you. I expected them to have a little bit of a go, to be fair. So he's not used to it. He's like, oh, you're him? Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah,
But you know who I am?
I could no.
No.
I've got no idea.
There was a reason he was one of the ruling council. I was expecting to have, you know, you're nothing to me. I could kill everybody. You know, he thought he had something on him. Because
To be honest, at this stage, as much as the fact that Framling does care for humanity, not on the granular scale. Like, he doesn't care for every individual. Oh, he's like big picture, and it's like there's a threat here. Everyone's going to die. Everyone dies anyways. What I need to look at is in terms of how humanity is going to go forward, not necessarily Mrs. Miggins, you know, and individuals. So the whole point of them being in charge is like, no, I just need to. Who is this? Who is this again? Who is it? And I don't know who it is, but he knows about me. And oh, okay. 2, 3, corrupted, innocent. Oh, nah. What would the Samathai do? Total and absolute brutality. That's how they do things. They just, in terms of, you're not like me. Well, there's aspects that's going back old school. You know, I've got more refined, and I'm trying to push humanity into a better way. And he'd forgotten what we originally were. But at that point, it was just we're back at.
Well, he was a Zakanic, so he was so beneath. He was cannon fodder at his height.
So it's just like we're back to
Seventh Ion.
we're back to the Enclave. And what would I do if I was getting lit from one of the Zakanics? Destroy them, and destroy them as quick as possible. Yeah. Yeah, especially, you know, supercharged with ether, with you know, like just blast in there and then hammer the fuck out of them.
Of course, we'll just pay lip service to the fact that you walked out behind the captain and was like, right, you.
Yeah, but I
You
knew
just stroll past, dragging a body.
I knew he was bad. I could tell he was bad. He was bad. And I didn't know about the murders, but that just makes it easier. But as I say, he doesn't think on life in terms of the granular skills. He's more big picture, and this person just was going to get in the way.
I just visualised how you killed the captain. It literally was just like the most physical way of saying, oh, shut up, you're nothing, man.
And throw him over.
Just casually tossed his body, so you're going, right, you lot. Yeah, it's a fight, isn't it?
Smash, splat, wreck, snap.
Yeah, but we're just trying to tell on these guys.
Yeah. Well, you know, that again, just in the wrong place, wrong time. And as it turned out, fortunately, it turns out that they were bad people anyways, and they deserved it.
They did.
However, we could have come past and found that they'd been built. They look really tired. Yeah, they'd been spending 4 days building just a series of temples to Shalia. Oh. Anyways, well, that's,
Yeah, they just burn a chariot, please.
Yeah.
Priest, please.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I think that's interesting. And yeah, I think Marcus is in for a hard life dealing with errant.
No, he's the new tyrant's personal bodyguard.
New tyrant's personal.
Yeah, the crown makes the tyrant. The crown was put on Oswald's head.
I don't think he's going to become the tyrant. I think he's just going to be. It just allows him to become.
that was. He's going to become a tyrant beside you. Oh, do you know nothing, sir? We let him.
Do you know what? I'm going to wait. I am
going
going to literally wait for the day that even if they jump from time period 10 years later, and I'll just be like, it's like, oh, look at me. Is that a statue of
Oswald?
Told you.
Got to give everyone a chance.
Yeah.
Got to give everyone a chance.
Yeah.
That's his first reaction. So cool.
Yeah.
So gut
All of us on horseback going,
Wait a minute.
yeah,
Wait a
didn't
minute.
see that coming.
You're
500 years from now.
You're framling possibly the original one. We're not entirely sure. We've just seen this mystical shit now. But then I don't think. No, he's not the tyrant. Right, whatever. Fucking twat.
You didn't see that.
What up there? I was up there. Now I'm just fucking twat.
Yeah. Now you're a joke. What? I could see for all the way he was literally just like, I want to kill him, because it's just a loose end. It's coming back. Nah, if we kill him now, great. It's going to be so much harder when we have to go after him.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Just gonna get a told you so. I told you so.
I should have killed everybody.
Yeah.
Well, you did apart from 3 of them.
I know, they should just kill them.
And then because they run off.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they ran up. But
Every time it was like, right, we'll get up for something like this. Everyone waiting for you to leave the door so they make a run for it.
As they run off.
It took 3 different periods throughout the night for everyone to get out the door and run off down the
Go! And then they're running off into the night where they say, whatever you do, don't travel at night time.
Yeah, and they know, no naked lights at night.
Yeah.
It was literally the staff. They were the only ones that didn't get, they brutalised mentally to watch the murder. And from their point of view, it's like, from them, I think there's a guaranteed death in here.
Yeah.
On the coachman, who legged it as well. There was a few survivors.
Into the night.
9 survivors.
After the road wardens set up a big bonfire. Don't put the light on at night time. That's not a candle.
Yeah. The forge has definitely been attracting attention. And then they didn't have to get as far as the light because they got to eat the succulent meat.
Yeah, they're like of the stable boy. I shall wear him like a meat glove.
Can I come back in? No. Oh, but like what was it? Men in Black.
Men in Black, yeah. What's wrong with your face? Is this better?
Oh, my cousin used to do.
Well,
So did we find that? I mean, I was hoping for a. Yeah,
that was good.
I enjoyed myself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there was moments I thought, oh, wasn't expecting that. I think Framling's going in a dark place. I think he's got some issues. I think he's
He's already there.
No. He's just
Coming from a dark
he's working his way through. He's got a lot of angst. His dad's not been taught him for over 1,000 years. He's
You're
been
the
dealing
one
with
collecting the dark powers so you can put them on your head and around your neck.
Oh, I wasn't expecting that.
That's why when you went, so you're sending the crown north? Because I was thinking he's proper blinged up if you hadn't. No, I'm keeping the crown.
Yeah.
Oh, and I've got the hand as well. When he was having a sleep, he's like in front of a mirror.
What do I look like? Hey, Dad, what do you think? Dad.
Hoof-print face.
Somewhere in the voice, someone's going, oh, shit. Oh, wait a minute.
That's what's supposed to happen.
Cinch's like, what?
Notorious B.I.G. in this shit.
Yeah. Seems like,
Oh, that's not... Wait.
Sorry, Tal.
Hey, guys, I thought I was going to be... Aren't I the main one of change? Oh,
Charles, you need to sort that shit out. Hey, where you go? No, not my problem.
yeah. No, son.
He's yours, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be interesting in 1,000 years' time. I'll just outweight Oswald, the tyrant.
Yeah, there was this entire period where the Empire became such a dark person.
Yeah. What
Send the kid band after him.
Eventually peasants overthrew him and killed him.
it's a duvet day. It's a duvet century.
How would this priest rise to such a place of power?
With his general. Head of the Seahawks.
Exactly, yeah. This massively experienced general who single-handedly devoted himself to keep him
Just keep him alive, yeah.
I How can I
Don't impale them
manipulate
all.
the seahorse?
Oswald, don't impale them. I beseech you. Okay, only half of them. See, it's working.
Seriously against raping and pillaging though.
Yeah, that's a really bad thing.
Yeah, he's like, no, I'll never do that though.
Because you made a promise.
Yeah. Right. Shove that spike up his jacksie. We never talked about that though. That's true.
Ah, that's how the Dracula Prince came in. It was Oswald.
Oswald.
Alright.
He'll
That
be
will
fine.
actually go down. I might actually one day bother to get that piece where you go, oh, what about the tyrant? Ah, we don't have to worry about him. Just have that literally and get that clip.
Whenever everyone puts a donation.
Will he become the Tyrant King? No, there was no such Oh, there was.
Yeah. In roughly 35 years, the reign of the Tyrant King begins.
Oh! But at least you get rid of the Emperor and,
Yeah?
Boris the... What was
Boris
it?
Goldgather.
Yeah.
The
Yep.
negligent.
Get rid of him to the Tyrant. And, as I say, that century has just slept for it.
Yeah.
I'm just in a study.
Don't know how that happened. So, yeah, obviously you the journey will be more literal, not role played out. You will head back north, you will go to the Irna, where you will be looking at
Get
the
chilled off.
ground.
Don't send this shit to us ever again.
And then you will look at the Andemeld. Obviously, there's the whole spirit inside of that sort of thing. So you're going to be studying the Andemeld and the Nemesis Crown. Obviously, you've now got proof that Ivrig exists, still lives.
Yeah, but he hasn't got his necklace. Why was
He's
that?
given up his necklace.
Why would he do that? Put
Probably
the crown on and ask
didn't
him.
do
Why would you?
So we're looking at episode, Cortex episode 21 next week will be chapter 3 of book 2. It's going to be you guys. Because you've got something to deal with while you're relieved.
Godric the Tyrant.
Well, yeah, that's it. We're after that. Right, lads,
For
I'll come and see you later. Because bear in mind, from your point of view, you might go away and come back 300 years and they're dust. So you're off to study and your time with the...
we'll escort
the
you
cult.
home.
Yeah. No, it's all right. It's all sorted. You just need to... Oh, okay. Right. Everything fine? Fine. Fucking on that road. Marcus, you all right? Oh, lads. Can we talk?
Finally, the Warhammer. On the horse. So that's next week's. Chapter 3, Fordel and Arnung and Fordel. The episode will be, in my defence, we were unsupervised.
It'll be that whole thing, like he rode into battle armed with a table. Like Thorin Oakenshield. Not really. Just more like just a table.
A tavern table.
Demon's weakness. Tables.
Tables works every time. They're not used to it.
Well, this is amazing to look at. Consider that you've got these guys with a form of training anyway, and that's all. Yeah, you call yourself a Bactari trainer, yeah? Well, at which point you bring the table into it? What? Because bear in mind that Karadak fights in a certain style. Karadak now had to put up with a ginormous lump of a Norseman throwing a table at him. Deflection.
It works every time.
I don't think the Thuringians had any.
No. And that's the other thing, is of course, is their times have changed, and you've got training if need times and when be, but you've got this sheer ferocity, borderline berserk strength and capability,
Which you will use and modify and use your cunning and wit and intellect.
Stumped on
Yeah, you stabbed a guy to death under a table.
Yeah, that's the type of jumping I'm
You're like,
picturing.
stab, yeah, bit, and he's like, ah.
Jam. It's complete jam everywhere.
I mean, you didn't have a chance. I'm ready. Table.
Shit! Wait, I can. I'll just deflect the parry.
I think we managed to get surface wood. You've done worse. You might have done worse. That's not for
Gives me a nudge. On him, go and ask.
Bastard.
That's gonna sting. It'll leave a mark.
But yes, so next week we're going to develop your characters. Time frame is in family time amongst
just nipping out. I'll be like, don't worry, I've got the solution. Right, guys, just dust in a corner. Just those 2 skeletal forms and a couple of and just a warhammer. Propped up again. Just wait by this tree. I'll only be 5 minutes.
With a message, do know time is different.
Yeah.
What's this time known as? Oh, it's the
Oswald.
time of the tyrant.
Yeah.
50 years he's reigned.
I'm just going to nip back and just check that thing. It's the Homer Simpson moment. And back in there. Count to 100, go back out. What's this called? Oh, this is post the tyrant. Brilliant.
Beginning of Oswald's. Yeah.
Start of his dynasty. Oh, shit.
Yeah, so we've got next week.
Yeah, we'll just say that one.
In for 3.
Book 3. Episode
No, book 2.
book two,
episode
three.
chapter
Two,
chapter
chapter
2,
three.
chapter 3.
3. Yeah.
Fornam and yeah, let us know. I know a lot of the watching this. Let us know. Look back to our previous just to see what else going on.
There's some good stuff in there.
There's over 1,000 years.
Come on, especially that
Not
chest.
1,000 years of timeline.
I'll see you viewing.
Yeah. Some screaming and some shouting.
Oops.
Do you know who was in the? Do you know whose grave you're at?
Yes. Rather grim, that one. At least I killed that dragon ogre.
Got him first. Got him.
And that's the thing is, I wrecked it. Might not necessarily actually done yet. That's the other thing is, that's the whole point of it. Time lapses, backwards and forwards.
Then we go back. He doesn't kill a dragon over there. All of a sudden, it's somewhere in a 2. What?
It's Karadoc's form when he's got the knife in his hand. He's like, oh, I should let go of that.
So yeah, you've obviously got to found the group and has Grim. Grim is still very much alive in the minus 30.
Still got shit to do.
Yeah. But which? Oh, hey, this is side.
Well, I know them. 2 people definitely survived that day.
Well, that's the other thing is from the viewer's point of view. On
Oh, bloody hell.
Good of them.
Apparently, allegedly.
Still around and
Still has.
he's mortal. Or was it just like we just?
Yeah, like
He's
is it,
waiting the guy. He's alive.
yeah, of course.
He's actually the Fornam.
Fucking loads of them.
He's probably doing everything right now.
Yeah. Sigmar's still alive as well. That was all just a big shout. He's still around.
And
So is his dad.
And Busso. Talked about Busso as well.
Busso's gone.
You said Busso.
Busso's gone.
Busso's gone.
Busso's
But again, is that true? Oh, you think, what about Busso? He's hunting you down. Have you met him now? He's dead.
Uh,
Is he? Oh, you don't know, so.
Well,
Yeah.
the whole point is Karadok and Busso were going to get it on.
That's
you know,
that's a different
not-
that's a different podcast completely.
I'm talking about shagging here. I'm talking about like...
Karak and Busso, get
Somebody
it on.
else is chasing you, though. Not Busso.
Busso became
Busso,
became the
whatever
Demon Prince.
whatever Busso became is just...
But did he get him?
I don't know.
Apparently not. Karak's still alive.
Karak's still alive.
Busso's
And
alive.
Framling's like, yeah, he's gone.
That'd be great when that's what Busso's like, yes, I am your arch nemesis. And you're like,
Yeah.
absolutely no power against me.
What was that?
Yeah.
Karadoc's trying to open a chest. It's like, how does this open?
Karadok's still at the chest.
He wants me
I hit it.
Oh, shelf.
to go, just move it out of the way. Oh, there's nothing here. You open the chest. What chest? The one that you moved out of the way? Oh, there's me weird.
I fixed it and everything. I put it back in its place.
What you need to do is go there and check what's in the chest. Right. Get there. What did he say? Kill everything in the room. Is that what he said?
Like me stuff when he's
Episode,
Knock one out in-
episode 1.
and then episode 2.
Yeah.
That time when Karak was like, I'm telling you, there's a monkey demon on the roof. Why doesn't anyone believe us? Because you're silly.
Karadoc.
There was a monkey demon on the roof.
Yeah, nobody ever saw the monkey demon.
Because you ask Karak to do something, and by the time he's got through the door, he's forgotten completely what it is. It's like
Monkey demon?
But by the end of it, we see a lot worse stuff. So monkey demon isn't an issue anymore.
Yeah.
Go-
You brought up
go
old
and find
wounds.
go and find that strange balloon-wearing foreigner and find out what he's up to. Or, alternatively, go to his whorehouse and shag yourself stupid.
Oh, Carrie!
Whoa,
Yeah. So what did you find out about him? Who? What? Who are you?
It's
God's
easy.
sake!
It's an easy mistake to make.
Especially when he was the god of tricks.
Okay. Before. No. Hi, Carrie.
Yeah.
Carrie.
Your room's just ready for you. Your room's... Fucking... What? Should have fixed with the room, yeah.
What about my offer I gave you?
Carrie,
What? Still the best is... I've forgotten what they're...
you intimidated the guy that was artist.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Sort of side of the drink.
Do you want a bottle?
Come here often. Yes.
No, I was thinking more the...
Oh, man, I forgot I was talking.
I'm trying to...
Your mother's dead.
The Zakanik, you know. Don't you know who I am? Plunk. Oh, well, I wasn't expecting that. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was on live show.
Yeah, that was...
That was during the sacrifice of
Which didn't happen.
no, because you walked up and went, yeah, shoot the guy.
And so we sacrifice our own Zakanik because that's how much we think that the Umberugans are great.
I was admit that call was surprising. But anyway, I stepped forward, braced myself, and threw my spear, and I'm like, into Erstam.
He wasn't expecting it as well, there.
You weren't quite like, oh.
But technically,
I
the
was-
reason why
I'm desperately trying to work it. How do I get out of this alive?
technically Karadag made the simplified push over to the void.
Yes, that's right. He drove them. No, I think they already had that
He
way.
was always gone.
No, you were just the final.
I think there's a problem there. Get men back. I was watching Blue Show though.
Yeah. Mozzies. Yeah.
I was like, is that your mom in the pot?
Yeah,
kept bringing that one up.
sensitive, isn't he? Yeah. So your mum? Did you? Yes, they were having her with bread. What?
Your mom's that woman in the pot.
Or when you actually
Pot? No, call her pot lady.
when you actually met,
Yeah.
at the moment of your own death,
Yeah.
the hag mother, the ancient, the primordial power of life. Oh, think you're all that? Oh, look at me!
Just kill him.
Don't do me.
Yeah. I'm gonna go outside, and whatever happens stays in this tent, this hut.
Went up to this one.
Think you're hard.
Where were you when he needed you?
You left him,
Scanned 6 weeks later.
and you were like, pot lady.
Oh, partly. Anything. Oh, your ma?
Get you.
What? Ah, she was getting. What? I got bitten.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why
Fix
are
me.
you healing you? He's like, there goes your treatment.
An epic story, and it's still ongoing. That's
So
It's not over.
I would recommend that people go back and watch some of those episodes
first 18 episodes.
because
book one.
because there's a lot in that.
It sets it all. The minus.
115.
150. And basically, we're going to be jumping backwards and forwards. Some of them have finite storylines. Point in history. Change some. Back that time. Interesting, from my point of view, to work with. Things will be later time frame. Eye opener. And then obviously we're not. But yeah, Grimm's dead. Eventually he does.
Yes.
Because not everyone's immortal.
No, apparently not.
Caradoc.
or ordered to
Really
do something.
interesting.
Well, that's the thing is, there's something that's been added to the mythos now, based on a sentence from
Conversation.
from Franley.
Yeah.
But was he just yanking that guy's chain? Oh yeah, because he's alive. Yeah. What about Busso? Oh, he's dead.
Yeah, but that doesn't help me because I play Caradoc and I'm like, I need to know now. Am I still alive in the future?
It'd be weird though, wouldn't it?
Or you alive in the past?
You're immortal.
Hmm.
You are mortal, not
Yeah.
you are mortal.
I'm a
mortal mum and daddy.
Yeah.
Yep. So what the hell? How the hell?
Mortal that just,
Well, of
just
course.
doesn't give up.
Unknown doesn't know who Caradoc is.
No.
Is he?
No, he would. Mm.
So you did take a God of Trickster's offer.
Or alternatively, you just turn into a vampire.
Oh shit, yeah.
He's still alive. Didn't say why he was still alive.
They got bitten, didn't they?
Is he still alive? He's also
In what capacity?
He's now called the Necromancer.
Shut up! Oh my god! This when we go meet the next one.
Is he still alive? Yeah, he is.
You don't want to meet him on the dock, do you?
Yeah. You want to meet him in bright sunlight, always in bright sunlight.
Shut up!
That's why he's still alive. Alive, technically, well, he's still mobile.
The Necromancer.
Is this Caradoc? I don't know. I feel like I don't want. I don't feel like I want to continue on with this journey anymore.
But of course, yes, and so anyway, we've seen a major character die quite quickly. That's even the most desperate, the most that can be dragged out of it.
That was option B. I went with the axe first.
But the main thing is that
Finished off with the furnace.
Yeah.
we've got one of these surviving. Brutally destroyed.
And then fed into a forge.
A forge on the side of the road.
Wait, no.
Begin feel stabbing Saruman in the back.
Yeah, just like,
Oh, that was a bit of an anticlimactic ending.
happens.
Doesn't it? When
I'm Saruman. Ah! You just killed people because think you're hard. Oh, I can do that.
Well, I didn't like the road
Oh,
walls
this
anyway.
one, I just pushed them in. I stabbed them in the eyes. In the eyes. Why the eyes?
they're cowering behind the horses and he just sort of goes in there.
So
Yeah.
all be over in a minute.
Now, make sure I twisted it.
You wait. I'm not finished yet.
The other one took out and fight the move. He's like,
But he's not using his dagger, he's using the warhammer.
that was the end of the.
Yeah, that was.
On that particular.
Couldn't leave them alive.
This is literally avenue.
And slightly haunted.
Slightly.
Yeah.
Up for sale.
One of the 13 most powerful dark spirits in the Empire.
Who haunts a forge?
He's like, could have been a castle.
I couldn't do it. Yeah, exactly. What am I? You're a roadside tavern that no one goes to anymore, and you're in a forge.
But it's cursed.
I mean, I can't even walk at halls. No, you're in a forge.
What's it? But what is it? What's it attached to then? Because I thought
The
once
coals?
you strip it from its
The fire?
host,
Exactly.
what's it holding on to? I thought that's what it binds it.
It's,
Something's back. The voice. On the side of the road in the middle.
it's to haunt that. Go away. Just don't go to the forge. You're going to walk the halls. No, you're in a forge.
It's class. Yeah, but don't go there. Person haunted. Is that because of me? No, because they did there. So they're not avoiding it because of me.
Yeah, who are you? But I'm so and so. No one knows you. Oh, but I'm the. No one knows who you are. Sorry.
No
Don't even know you're there.
Do you know who I am?
Don't
Sorry,
even
mate.
care.
You're still alive, aren't you? Yeah. Who are you?
You're just.
I was gonna- I know who you are. You know who I am. You're beneath me then. You're beneath me now.
You're not one of the servant. Yeah.
Brutally murdered.
And you
I'm
sleep.
supposed to be the bad guy. So yes, a dog story, dog time, dog play. That's it summed up. I've got a t-shirt.
Yeah.
See you next week at the same time. Thank you very much for watching. Goodbye from Kane.
And from Nevin.
And from Talbot.
And hot.
Oh, the torch. Wait, what?
Oh,
What does that say?
no idea. It's very small.
Let's click that one. Bye.
Bye.